Mm-hmm. Because...
Do you need to say why?
Because reasons.
The name of that song, apparently, the official name of the song, and it says it's the longest name of a song on any album. The official name of the song is Life During Wartime. This ain't no party. This ain't no disco. This ain't no fooling around.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that. Man.
Except for Louis C.K., apparently.
What?
Oh,
is
you
that
didn't
true?
See that?
Is that true, or is that a internet thing?
I think it's true. It was
What?
on TMZ.
What? What?
Louis C.K. apparently
Yes?
did a show last night in Kiev. Let me find it.
Really? Sean Penn is there working on a documentary, and he says he's staying. So I don't know.
Let me see.
Maybe Ukrainians love Louis C.K. Who knows? I heard the former president of Ukraine being interviewed this morning on CNN. And
the one that they deposed?
No. He was. I don't know if he retired or he was just beaten in the election by Zelensky. But anyway, he was.
Oh, he ran. He ran to Russia.
No, not the guy who was deposed that they threw out. This is a guy who was president of Ukraine who was duly elected, and I think he was the president right before Zelensky. But at any rate, he was saying, I have my weapon. Here it is. And I guess he showed it. He said, I have my weapon. Like every man in Ukraine now, we're determined we are going to fight. And they've issued every former council people and former government officials. They've given us all weapons and said we will fight. And he said, and I know that he said essentially there's a hit out on me. There has been. They asked him, are they trying to get you specifically? And he said, well, I have been targeted, but that goes back for several months. I've been targeted for a long time by the Russians. And I mean, it was just weird to hear him talking about how he was prepared to protect his family and his country. And I just thought, what would we do? What would if the government said, we're handing out weapons here? Jeez, I mean.
Here's the story. This is from the Post.
Oh, about Louis C.K.? Okay.
Yeah. The once canceled, isn't he still? Once canceled stand-up comedian is apparently laughing in the face of danger as his upcoming performances at the National Palace of the Arts in Kiev are still scheduled to take place this weekend, despite Russia's ongoing invasion of Ukraine. Quote, the Louis C.K. show in Kiev has not been canceled. Dear attendees, Louis C.K. performance will take place as planned February 25th and 26th. Tickets for the Louis C.K. show purchased earlier remain valid for new dates. Don't require an exchange.
Okay.
Is that weird?
Well,
okay. Good for him.
I think maybe if I'd been scheduled to do shows, I might say, let's do it.
This says daredevils looking for a laugh can score choice balcony seats for $11.
He was never canceled. He still sells out shows.
Whatever cancellation was, he did himself.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the Sean Penn part. It's in the story too.
Mm-hmm. I was curious about this one.
Sean Penn touched down in Ukraine earlier this week to continue filming a documentary centered on the enduring tensions that have plagued the country for more than a year. Penn, 61, looked combat cool in sunglasses and a beige bomber jacket as he sat front row at a press briefing for the Ukrainian president on Thursday. The seemingly fearless Oscar winner has been commended for his presence in the troubled territory. Sean Penn demonstrates the courage that many others, especially Western politicians, lack, a spokesperson for the Ukrainian embassy told Newsweek. Because he's manly, remember?
It's not that they lack courage. They can't go in there because it's not a NATO nation. Yeah. And if someone from the U.S. is representing there, then Russia can say, U.S. is,
We're at war with U.S.
yeah.
I think if Sean, if you were in Ukraine and Sean Penn was doing, you'd go, yeah, thank you, thanks, Sean. Anyway, it's just it makes me. I don't like talking about it. I'm sorry.
Well, no.
I mean, I think of these, everybody on the council, the government council, we've all been issued weapons.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to fight them. We'll fight them. They fought they pushed them back. Some Ukrainian forces pushed Russians back across the river. They tried to come into the city.
They have the will. They're defending their home.
Mm-hmm.
They say some of the Russian soldiers are surprised, like, we thought we were coming here to help you, and you're like they're unclear. We were told.
Yeah.
Their mission is not what they thought it was.
Yeah.
And the Russian people are out on the streets, even though they were threatened. They were threatened. They said, we're going to treat you as rioters if you're out there.
In St. Petersburg, there were thousands of people protesting.
Well, apparently,
that's not something you do.
In like 47 cities across the nation, protesters, people saying we don't agree.
Well, you know who does agree?
Who?
Salt Lake City Councilman Dave Albert.
Oh, good.
Is he
Did
a
you
board
find that?
candidate,
Oh, you bet.
I hope?
Oh,
good.
You bet.
Oh,
And Todd Weiler should be. I think I'll make this morning. I read Todd Weiler's tweet about Biden administration versus Trump administration. I'll get it for you, but it's just infuriating. Then people responded to Todd Weiler, rightfully so, saying, "Oh, so it was the Trump administration who really supported Ukraine, huh, Todd?" No, it was the Trump administration who said, "We're not going to give you any funding for the military."
From day one.
Yeah.
And
From
you know
day
why
one.
they did that? Because Putin asked Trump,
Yes.
whose side are you on? Don't give them any funding.
The day that he accepted the nomination, the GOP platform was changed to not support Ukraine and to support Russia. It was official and in writing, Toddy. People say Todd's a good guy, but he's just an internet troll. I don't think so. I think he's an ass.
Well, I'll find this whole tweet. It's just awful. Awful.
Yeah. And then there's the stories about the Ghost of Kiev. Have you heard that?
No.
Those are kind of cool.
Yeah. It's about this fighter pilot who apparently, this one fighter pilot who's taken down like six or eight Russian MiGs, Russian planes
Just one
on
guy.
his own, just one guy, and they're calling him the Ghost of Kiev.
That'll be a movie.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here's Todd Weiler's tweet. 2017 to 2021, everything is the president's fault. 2021 to now, nothing is the president's fault.
You douchebag.
What an idiot. And then people started pointing out, so it was Donald Trump who was a real supporter of Ukraine. And
All right. Well, let's get this over with. The sooner that we get it started, the sooner it will be over with, because that's how time travel works.
we can't pretend that it's just before 10 right now.
I wish.
Sure, we could pretend.
Okay. No, we should do check-ins. 877-602-9696. We got a prize for a random checker-inner.
Sure, we have lots of prizes today. How about we do Foo Fighters Studio 666 movie passes.
All right, that's a good prize. So if you are a random checker-inner, now don't just ask for the tickets. You got to contribute something. A comment, a thought, just something nice, something. We don't care. Just contribute something. 877-602-9696 is the number. And by the way, we apologize for the political nature of the previous discussion.
All right, we will take a break, and we will be back with your check-ins right after these. X96.
Today, we examine another group of words used by most Utahns called L words, or words that end in ELL. And to help you with today's lesson, each time an L word is used in the following dialogue, a bell will sound. Imagine, if you will, our two friends, LeVar and LeGrand, together in LeVar's trailer house. The TV is on. A conversation ensues. Again, these are L words.
I love this TV show.
Yeah.
I am so glad that someone is showing the reruns of McKell's Navy.
Me too. You know, I would just love to set sail with McKell myself. Hey, you remember the one when the wacky crew of PT Boat 73 tried to save that beached well?
Oh, yeah. They had a hard time because of this big storm.
Yeah.
Gale force winds and hail stones the size of golf balls.
Yeah.
But they saved that well anyway. McKell did not fell.
Well, no thanks to Gruber. Yeah, that was quite a tell, though. Hey, listen, give me some of them snacks, would you? I'm hungry.
Sure.
Uh-oh.
What?
Trell mix.
Yeah.
You're not going to like this, LeGrand, but Trell mix makes me thirsty for just one thing.
You're not gonna be drinking beer in front of me, are you, LeVar?
Oh, no. I'm going to have me a glass of L.
L is beer.
Yeah, but this is pretty mild. It's that Pell L from Squatters. It's so mild I can drink a whole bucket of it.
You'd get drunk if you drunk a whole Pell of Pell L. Then you'd get throwed in jail, and I'd have to bail you out. Oh, hey, looky here what I got in the mail. It's a flyer from Deseret Book. It says here that Dan Quell is coming to town to sign copies of his new book.
Boy, the liberals sure rode Bush and Quell out of Washington on a rel.
Sure did.
They fought tooth and nail, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah.
Hey, I hear that this new book of his really lifts the veil of secrecy about Washington life and what really went on. You know, I'd like to see him. What Deseret Book is he at?
Or the one by that big jewelry store.
Big jewelry store. You mean Morgan's Jewelers?
Nope. Zell's.
All right. It's 6:19. Let's get this over with.
Yeah. We'll officially begin the show and then go to your check-ins at 877-602-9696. You can also communicate with us via text 33986. But on the phone, a random checker-inner is going to get, what was it again?
Foo Fighters movie tickets.
That's right. All right, let's go.
3
Demand
stars
for-
from Sean Means, by the way, for
Oh,
that
yeah.
Foo Fighters
Yeah,
movie.
he liked it. Extra bloody, he said.
Yeah.
Demand for nurses is higher than ever. Nightingale College blends online classes with on-ground supervised field experience. Enroll now for upcoming summer semester. Visit them at nightingale.edu.
Demand for nurses. I picture someone saying, I demand nurses right now. they need them a lot. The moon is a waning moon, a crescent moon. It's a 32.0% of full. The moon will set today at 12:30 p.m. Today being Friday. It's the 25th day of February in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ 2022. And this is the morning show that reminds you, war is not safe for children and other living things. This is the Radio from Hell show, starring the lords of morning radio, Kerry Jackson, Bill Allred, and Gina Barberi. Katie for short is our fine producer, making sure the show runs smoothly, or as smoothly as we can allow it, in downtown Salt Lake. She's in our studio. And Miriam and Cameron Diaz helping out? No,
Or
Skip.
Skip.
Skip is there. Morning, Skip.
Miriam
All
and
right.
Skip. All right. Well, that's 877-602-9696 if you've a mind to check in. Let's go to Natalie, first of all. Natalie.
Hi, Natalie.
Good morning.
What's up?
How you doing?
Good. What's up?
I
with you?
am. I've got the day off. I'm getting ready to go to the airport to meet my 4 older half sisters, and we're getting on a plane to Vegas and going to see Billy Joel.
Whoa.
Billy
Whoa.
Joel.
Wow.
Right? Did you know
Don't say
those
it.
tickets
Don't
were
say it.
$500 a piece?
Really?
Whoa.
No kidding. Yeah,
I got the sister discount.
no restrictions, no nothing. There, Billy Joel is performing to full houses.
Yep. Yeah, it should be fun. I hope.
Well,
we're kind of a loud bunch, so.
yeah.
Are
It
you going to
sounds-
yell? Are you going to yell? Scenes from an Italian restaurant. Scenes from an Italian
Yeah,
restaurant.
Yeah,
Thank you.
that's my sister's favorite song, I think.
Did I hear way in the back Gina Barberi saying scenes from an Italian restaurant?
No,
Here, let me do
that's
that.
what you're going to hear. All you're going to hear from Natalie and her sisters is,
Woo! Brenda and Eddie.
I'm going to be falling. I'll probably be falling.
well, I'm sure glad I'm not going to be in Vegas this weekend. It's going to be chaos. Well, Natalie, have a fun trip.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Anything
Have a
else?
great day.
Okay, bye. Just
The Catholic girls stop much too late. And sooner or later, it does come down to fate. It's
$500 though, that's a lot. I mean, here's the
Yeah.
thing. Roger Waters is my favorite. I absolutely love him. And he's coming to town. He's finally rescheduled his tour. And I took a look at the ticket prices. And the ones that I want are $500. And I'm like,
Here's how you have to look at it, though, Kerry. When was the last time you bought concert tickets?
probably for Roger Waters.
But years ago. So you have to
Yeah,
tell
yeah.
yourself, okay, so it's not like I go to a bunch.
That's
so when I go, I'm gonna.
I'm that person that spends $500 for VIP tickets for Lost Lands for a 3-day festival. So
Gina, Katie, Carrie, here's how you have to look at it. How many homeless people will $500 be?
Oh, there you
Okay.
Oh, why do you have to go
Okay.
there?
go. Mr. Buzzkill there, yeah.
Why do you
That's
have
me.
to go there?
All right, let's go to Jared. Hi, Jared.
Hello.
Good morning, lords and ladies.
Morning. What's up?
Show says, hey.
Hey.
I have to start out with first, Bill, I need to apologize. Last time I was on, I was giving you a bit of a hard time. You kind of seemed upset. Wanted to let you know I appreciate and definitely value and respect what you bring to the show.
Jared,
And wanted to thank you guys.
I don't care. I really don't care.
Okay, great. No, hey, as long as we're being honest here.
We're straight. Okay.
Hey, yeah, I appreciate the little bit of political news I get from you guys, so I don't have to wander into ether and get bombarded by things that I don't want to hear about and deal with.
Okay.
So,
all right.
Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Now, do we have anybody else waiting to check in?
We lost Rick.
I'm just asking. I'm sorry, Carrie, I didn't hear you.
We lost Rick. He's not there anymore.
Well, you know, that Jared by default. Not that we really wanted to give you. Not that we really want to give you those tickets. We will, okay?
Okay.
All right.
As a matter of fact, Jared, every time that you call in now, you should say to the producer's booth when they say who is this, you say Jared by default.
That's
Jared by default.
That's
Jared
your name.
by default.
I like it.
That's my nickname. All right.
See you later, Jared.
Thanks,
Thank
Jared.
you. Hang on.
Hang on.
Hang on. Yeah.
I will.
Okay.
All right. Johnny B checking in while doing my back stretches and popping generic ibuprofen. Oh, come on, Johnny B. You deserve the Advil.
Advil. Get you some Advil.
You don't.
That sugar coating makes all the difference in the world.
Yeah. No, it doesn't.
Shelby
It
from
tastes like candy.
Shelby from St. Petersburg. No protesting here. Oh, she's in Florida. Let's see. Napalm Allen checking in. Currently enjoying my first exit row experience on a plane heading to Utah, of all places.
My first exit roads. Oh, it's where you got more leg room there.
You do.
But they come to you and say, now, if you don't feel comfortable sitting here, because you're going to have to be a hero if the plane crashes. And if you don't think you can do that, then move. But I always go, the leg room's worth it.
I guess I'll help.
Nurse Christopher checking in. No one died last night, so it was a good night.
Good.
Ah.
There you go. All right.
Well, no one in his hospital died, I guess.
Yeah.
There's people in
Small
Ukraine.
victories. Small victories.
Small victories. Let's see. Traffic, Gina, please.
Well, it's happening again. I'm afraid we have another slick commute. Snow's falling.
This is all lake effect snow, right?
I mean, yeah, it's not big storms. It's just enough. So it's just cold enough, and it's snowing just enough to keep the roads icy. Snow's falling in portions of northern Utah. I-15 at the south end of Willard Bay in Box Elder County. It's tracks on the road on I-15. Crashed northbound I-15 at the north end of Willard Bay near Perry. The left lane and shoulder are blocked. Roads are snow-covered and icy in that area. Traction devices are required for semi-trucks traveling through Parley's Canyon right now. Winter driving conditions in Sardine Canyon. Chains or four-wheel drives recommended between Logan and Brigham City. I-15 is completely snow-covered in Weber and Box Elder.
Wow.
We've just had another bad day, it looks like. So once again, give yourself some extra space and extra time. See a new local celebrity each night, including Gina Barberi at Utah Presents Play Nassim, running March 1st through the 5th at Kingsbury Hall. Tickets at utahpresents.org.
If my weather app is to be believed, we're going to be okay until about Thursday of next week. Thursday or Friday.
And then
That's when the next storm comes.
That's when the next storm will come in. So be careful driving. All right, we will take a break. We will be back. Don't forget our Real Housewives of Salt Lake City update with Victoria coming up at 7 o'clock. And our old friend Jimmy the Wine Guy is here. He's going to, first of all, talk about some red wines that he delivered to us yesterday.
They
and then
were delicious.
They were. Then he will take your questions about anything booze-related. He can answer it. You've heard him. He knows all.
Yes, he does.
So start thinking about those questions that you want to ask him. That'll be coming up at 8 o'clock. And other things happening on the way. Stand by. X96. Lionel Elgin, our friend.
Baseball announcer.
Baseball announcer extraordinaire.
I've had people asking me about Lionel. What's happened
Well, you know, the season started again, and he got another job. He announces baseball on radio stations, and
He keeps getting jobs because he's really good at it.
he is excellent at it. He's very colorful. He loves the players, is the thing. He really, really, really loves baseball players. Really.
Yeah.
A lot.
You'll see what we mean.
This is the latest tape he sent me. He got fired again. And this is what happened. This is the last one that he was at. Here you go. You tell me if he deserved firing or not. I don't know.
So we're set to go here in the third. And what a beautiful day for baseball it is. Like a day in the park, folks. The athletes like cuddly little pets, frolicking, running, jumping, chasing, and retrieving balls. Furry, fuzzy fellas. So here comes Davis now, 0 for 1 today, flying out to right in the first. Notice the way Davis likes to sway back and forth, foot to foot at the plate. First offering from Leaf, fastball strike in the outside corner, 0-1. And as Davis teeter-totters back and forth, one can't help but notice the up and down motion of each cheek of his finely toned hind end, like two pistons in a perfectly timed machine, lubed with oils and perspiration for maximum viscosity. Lee set now, kicks and fires, breaking ball low, 1-1. We call it the show, folks, and no wonder. Davis very muscular. Also, one of the unfortunate individuals involved in the steroid controversy, being questioned by league officials. Of course, Davis denies it. The 1-1 pitch, just inside ball 2. I don't personally know much about steroids. I know in most cases they're taken via hypodermic needle. And I'm of the opinion, folks, that if a player wants to stick something in his hind end or have a fellow teammate poke him in the rear, so be it. Who are we to judge? If it helps the game, bend me over and stick it in.
And see, then that's when they went to commercial at that point, and
they fired him.
Then they fired him.
He doesn't get it.
Now, was it his comments about steroids? Is that what the problem was?
That must be it.
Yeah.
You know what
He sounds pro-steroid.
You know what the problem is that he needs a color man.
He does. He needs someone in there with him.
He's doing it all by himself.
He needs to do the play-by-play. He needs somebody to do the color.
I think he's capable of doing. Well, he does both. I think perfectly.
Yeah, he does both, but he needs to.
I'm going to continue to send these to Larry Miller, and hopefully we can get him hired for the Bees. Because
you just like him in town.
Yeah, I think he's an excellent. He's an excellent announcer.
I think we got enough of his kind in this town.
Let's talk about Louis C.K. What time is it, Kerry?
6:33.
All right, let's move it on then, huh?
Okay.
Louis C.K.
Okay. Odyssey Dance Theater celebrates 28 years performing their final Shut Up and Dance spring repertory season, March 2nd through the 12th. Visit odysseydance.com for discounts and ticket information.
I'm going to read this story as it appeared in the New York Post. Now, I would point out that if you don't know, the New York Post is, it's a sensationalist tabloid, and as part of its sensationalism, it thinks it's sensational to be like right wing and a Trump supporter. That makes it even more sensational. Yeah. It's a Murdoch enterprise. Yeah. So it starts this way. The once canceled stand-up comedian Louis C.K.
He was never canceled.
No. I'm really. That term doesn't mean a lot to me anyway.
It doesn't. No.
It means either. It doesn't mean anything. People get in trouble and they drop out of public sight. That doesn't mean somebody has willfully canceled them.
Yeah, it's just, consequences.
Yeah.
You know.
But
he
anyway,
read the room and he backed off for a while, and now he's
Louis C.K. apparently laughing in the face of danger, as his upcoming performances at the National Palace of Arts in Kiev are still scheduled to take place this weekend, despite Russia's ongoing invasion of Ukraine. The Louis C.K. show in Kiev has not been canceled, tweeted a fan. We're going, and everybody, he says that he's still going to do the show. Representatives for Louis have yet to publicly confirm the status of his upcoming show amid attacks on Ukraine. My guess is you would be waiting until the last minute to see how dangerous it is, really, before you did it. But I think that's interesting. And, you know, Sean Penn, as we mentioned earlier, is also in Ukraine working on some sort of documentary film. But that we sort of expect this kind of thing from Sean Penn. Anytime he gets the chance to prove that he's a rugged, manly man, he will. And so and I guess they're saying he's going to remain in Ukraine for the time being, doing his documentary. Well, it is pretty awful. I think in certain respects, people are surprised by how forcefully the Russians had started to invade Ukraine. I think there was some thought that maybe there would be some little incursions and border fights and things like that, but no. Shelling of the capital city, planes overhead, landing of soldiers by sea. It's all out. It's every form of invasion that you can possibly do, they're doing. They're serious about it, and I think that Vladimir Putin, he wants control of that country. He wants it to be back under the Soviet umbrella. 13 guards were posted on a small but strategic island off Ukraine's southeastern border. It's called Snake Island. They were approached by two vessels yesterday, according to Ukrainian media outlets. The Russians contacted the guards, identified themselves as a Russian warship, and they demanded that the soldiers on the island surrender or we will open fire. This is a Russian warship. I repeat, I suggest you surrender. And there are recordings of this. I heard it this morning. I suggest you surrender your weapons and capitulate. Otherwise, I will open fire. Do you copy? One of the Ukrainian guards can be heard saying, "This is it." And then another says to his friend, his fellow soldier, "Should I tell him to go F himself?" and they he responded, "Yes." And
they're defending their home.
They're not anymore, because they're all dead. Every one of them killed. Donald Trump, I would remind you, people are talking about what a great, strong president Donald Trump was. I would remind you that Donald Trump was impeached specifically on his bungling of Ukraine. He said the Ukrainian crisis would not have happened if he were still president. Trump was impeached in 2019 after freezing $400 million in military aid to Ukraine. Military aid that Ukraine would use to defend itself against Russia. He also previously said that Crimea was a part of Russia, and Donald Trump praised Putin's actions as genius and savvy. So
he also said that in his second term he was going to pull us out of NATO.
Yeah. So those of you who still refer to him as a great president, those of you who think that the Trump regime was good for the country, think again.
Yeah.
Fighters from Hill Air Force Base have moved closer now to Ukraine. Hours after the Russian invasion began, fighter jets from Hill Air Force Base were deployed to regions in the Baltic Sea and the Black Sea. There are reports that jets from Hill Air Force Base will operate for a period of time from Estonia's Amari Air Base, Lithuania's Siuila Air Base, and Romania's Festisti Air Base. I don't think they've done it yet, but because there are calls, people are saying we should, along with our allies, enforce a no-fly zone over Ukraine, because there are planes flying overhead and launching rockets and so forth. So if you try to enforce a no-fly zone, that would say if Russian planes try to go into Ukraine, we'll shoot you down. And I think that may be a step that needs to be taken. Although again, it escalates the war. So let's move on to another topic. Susan Powell's father, Chuck Cox, has revealed that the bones that were discovered in the West Desert earlier this month, that one of the Diesel brothers went and, we found these bones, and they're not his daughter's bones. No. DNA analysis revealed that the bones aren't human, he said. Following the discovery of the remains, Cox did tell 2 News he thought for sure that some of the bones did belong to Susan. However, he has acknowledged there was a possibility they belonged to an animal, and yes, indeed, turns out they did.
But
however, Cox is...
They got plenty of clicks because of this story.
However, Cox is still hopeful that items of clothing discovered in the mine might return a DNA match to Josh Powell or Susan Powell, who went missing in December of 2009. And I would just point out that the Diesel brother who's involved in this, and they're trying to get a little publicity out of it. This is really unkind to the family of Susan.
Yeah.
It's very unkind to her family, because you're giving them hope that you probably shouldn't be.
Well, it's dragging it all up again.
There is a bar here in Salt Lake that's been very friendly to the LGBTQ gay community for many, many years. A bar, they say, that makes queer people feel safe to express queerness. Mm-hmm. Well, they're on the brink of closure.
That's too bad.
The Sun Trap. They've been closed for weeks, and they could lose their liquor license. And if they do, that's it. For a long tradition of serving that community. And we were there once to judge a drag show. You remember that?
Yeah, we judged a drag show there, and I was there a few years ago when Real Big Fish was playing. We were having a hard time getting a drink in the venue where the Real Big Fish show was, and so we walked down the block to the Sun Trap.
Close by, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And Jimmy Martin and Jay Whitaker with me, all good-looking guys. We had plenty of drinks coming our way.
Employees of the Sun Trap say that there is a dispute between the 2 owners, and that's closed the place. And if they stay closed, they're going to lose their liquor license.
Yeah, there's a limit to the number of days you cannot be operating, where you just lose your license.
Yeah. Get it together, you guys. That place is an institution. Keep it open.
President Joe Biden apparently has met with at least 3 potential Supreme Court nominees. We're expecting an announcement of who it is very soon,
Could be today.
Maybe today, yeah. So a man in New York, he was having trouble swallowing. What's
I
going
heard this
on?
story.
38-year-old man. So he went to the clinic in Mount Sinai, New York, complaining of difficulty in breathing and swallowing. And so the doctors examined him, and the man was stunned to find out that this was being caused by a tooth that was growing inside of his nose. According to a study
So
published in the
up out of his jaw.
according to a study published in the New England Journal of Medicine, initial examination found that the man had a deviated septum, which means that the bone and cartilage that divide the nasal cavity of the nose were displaced. Then the examination found a calcified obstruction towards the back of his septum. Further examination with a rhinoscope, which I thought was something they used on rhinoceroses, but no, it's not, revealed that the man had a hard object in his nostril. They finally revealed that it was a tooth growing.
Did they
inside
tie a string around it
nasal.
and slam the door closed to pull it out of his...
Did you ever do that?
Yeah.
I did that. My parents thought that was a good way to get rid of loose teeth. It was horrible.
Yeah, it was my dad's idea. He says, "Well, that's what I heard," and we did it. He said, "Well, we won't do that again."
Well, and so the way it sort of worked in my family, because my mother was standing on the same side of the door, so I could see her slam the door, and so she goes to slam the door, and I just run forward, No. So finally, she figured out, wait, I'll have to go on the other side of the door where he can't see me, and then pull it shut really hard. But in medical terms, the man had an inverted ectopic tooth growing inside of his nose. On the rhinoscopy, a hard, non-tender white mass was observed at the floor of his right nostril. And no, I don't believe it was growing up. It was just a tooth that had started growing from the cartilage there. And there's a picture of it here. I don't know if we have it at x96.com/live, but it's pretty disgusting looking.
I couldn't look at the picture. I just couldn't do it.
Yeah, and that's it, unless we need more stories. But
we have time.
Well,
it's only 6:45. So
a British woman has been left terrified after finding something slithering in her garage, and you probably have guessed what it is that I used the word slithering. No, it wasn't Donald Trump. It was a large snake. Holly Driscoll recently moved to Darwin from Sydney, Australia. They got all kinds of awful animals in Australia. And she found this python in her garage, and it's huge. She said, "If this is a snake that's going to kill me, I want to know." She initially found the snake slithering inside the garage door. It has since vanished.
Isn't that always the way?
Yeah, she said, "I don't know where it's hiding." She's found a bunch
Turn
of
your back for a second. And...
She's found a bunch of dead rats around the garage. Now that would have nothing to do with the snake, because the snake would not kill a rat and then leave it there. The snake would eat the rat. But they're looking for the snake. They say that it may be an olive python, not considered dangerous to humans, but still kind of. It would not be nice to know that there was one crawling around somewhere inside of your house, unbeknownst to you. Okay, sports weather traffic.
College basketball last night. BYU beat Loyola Marymount 79-59. The Utes, they lost to the Arizona Wildcats 97-77. Weber State Wildcats lost to Portland State Vikings. Utah State plays, tomorrow, Colorado State. That game's at 8:30. And the Jazz are back from the All-Star break, and Vivint Arena no longer have to show a negative test or vaccine card or wear masks unless you're down close to the court.
Did they have the All-Star game? I don't remember even talking about it.
Yeah.
Huh.
Donovan Mitchell was sick. He couldn't even go, and he was bummed because he was supposed to meet Michael Jordan, and he couldn't go because he was not with COVID, sick with something else. Let's see. So tonight the Jazz play the Mavericks. That's a 7:00 game. Weather. It is like it has been all week, it seems. Very cold temperatures. It's 18 degrees right now. Only going to get up to 30 for a high today. And we have this just dusting of snow that is covering the roads, and it's making it slick once again. So now these showers should taper off by midday today. A 40% chance this morning, and then tapering off. And then we're sunny throughout the weekend and gradually warming up. Looks like by Monday we're up close to 50. And as Carrie was saying earlier this morning, it looks like our next chance of snow doesn't come until about Thursday. And actually, it could be rain down here in the valleys because we'll be back warming up to the mid to upper 50s by then. So hopefully that'll be snow in the mountains and maybe rain down here in the valleys. Now, traffic, as you might suspect with a forecast like that, is much like it has been this week. Snow continuing to fall in Sardine Canyon. US 8991 is snow covered. Chains or four-wheel drive are highly recommended through Sardine. Crash northbound I-15 at the 4 South exit in downtown Salt Lake. 2 left lanes are blocked. The exit ramp may be closed. You'll need to use an alternate route to get into downtown. Crash on I-80 near Salt Air. This is eastbound. Looks like that's causing quite a bit of slowage out there. Traction law in place for both Big and Little Cottonwood Canyons. And I-15 completely snow covered up in Weber and Box Elder counties. I'm looking through the cameras and it's just the ruts in the road and ice underneath that. So winter driving conditions you're going to be dealing with once again today. So leave some space between the car in front of you. Make sure your lights are on and give yourself some extra time definitely this morning. For over 65 years, they've been a part of your community. While the name is changing, the commitment to you is not. Welcome to You First. It's youfirstcu.com.
Well, the reports are coming in about this tooth story you just did.
Yes.
Everyone's grossed out by it.
Yeah,
I'm eating. I'm getting texts like that.
Yeah, it is gross.
It was the remains of the twin he ate prenatal.
That does happen, apparently.
Yeah.
They find, undeveloped twins inside of people.
But here's the best one. This is a text. My mom didn't have her wisdom teeth removed until she was 40. The roots of the wisdom teeth were so long, they were entering her sinuses. It was kind of a nightmare.
I've heard that the removal of wisdom teeth, the fact that we do that routinely now, is one of the things that has made our life expectancy longer nowadays.
That's probably true, yeah.
No, dental has a huge effect on your overall health, and why it's not included in a lot of your insurance and Medicaid plans, I don't understand.
I do. I know why, Carrie. Money.
Exactly.
Look, for instance, people who can't afford to go to the dentist, the deterioration of their teeth and gums causes more illnesses than you can imagine, and it shortens your life.
Yeah,
it's terrible.
So it should be a part of insurance plans and not a separate thing. Here's a news story headline that I'm not going to click on.
Okay.
I'm not going to click on this headline.
Will we know why when you read it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Dad finds new way to enjoy himself with a vacuum cleaner.
Oh,
I'm
I
not
did.
Clicking. I'm not clicking on that.
No, I looked at it because I thought, well,
I don't want to know.
Could it really be about that? It isn't.
I
enjoy clean carpets. I enjoy.
That's not a new way to enjoy a vacuum, Gina.
I can see the first sentence that says a creative dad has become. Well, there we go. That's where it stops.
Yeah. No, it's. I thought it couldn't possibly be about that, Carrie, and so I did click on it, and it's not. It's
Bill.
kind of
That's why you get all that bad spam. You got
That's
to
why
resist
I also get a lot. That's why I also get a lot of interesting stuff. You got to be brave, adventurous.
You want to quit getting that spam?
It's that word that you keep using that I don't think you.
I'm not. I put myself out there. Yesterday I put myself out there. Yesterday I went out in public quite a bit. And,
how was that?
Well, it was interesting. I didn't have to take my mask off. I went to something where people were eating lunch, and it wasn't a restaurant, a little party, and I went to this little party, and I thought I should put in an appearance for a couple of minutes, and I did, and there were people eating, and almost no one wearing a mask, and there were probably 30 people there, and I kept mine on the whole time, and I didn't eat. I wasn't going to eat anything. And but I thought it was interesting. People were behaving in a way that as if there was nothing wrong. And I started to think about that. They're going about their lives in a more normal way, and I wonder why they aren't frightened or nervous. I kept my mask on, and I was still nervous being there, even. But I wanted to go, and I think I'm going to try and go to a movie this weekend and a restaurant. But I don't know. Maybe it's not so dangerous as I think it is.
It's not dangerous. It's not dangerous until it isn't.
Yeah, it's personal responsibility. That's where we're at, and people have decided that they would rather. They care more about not dealing with it than being worried about getting it. But you have to decide your own level of comfort.
What level of comfort? Yeah, I think. Yeah, by that I think people are finding their ways to live with it, or you have to find your own way of living with it. I don't think there's ever going to be a time that I don't wear a mask out in public. From now on. I always I may go to restaurants routinely and I'll take it off, or
I used to get a sinus cold every winter, and then I started the washing of the hands protocol and the mask wearing protocol, and I haven't gotten a sinus congestion cold in years. That's all I need to know. That's why I'll continue wearing it.
You remember when we were in Japan, and I think this is routine in a lot of Asian countries. You'll see people on the streets, before there was ever COVID, you would see people on the streets wearing masks quite a bit. And I asked somebody about it, and they said, oh, those people probably are somewhat ill. Maybe they have a cold, or they consider it polite to, if they have any sort of cold or flu or something, but they still have to go out, to wear a mask so that
it is polite.
Yeah, that they don't want to infect other people.
And they've gone through their own round of SARS and other things before, so they've.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's take a break. We'll be back. Victoria will be here with the Real Housewives of Salt Lake update in our next break. Boners coming up. Stand by for all of that. We'll have it for you coming up. Wendy's for breakfast. The Hot Honey Chicken Biscuit is only available during breakfast hours. Now, the Hot Honey Chicken Sandwich is available the rest of the day. You see, now what you get is you start with their new Hot Honey Sauce, and that's exactly describes it perfectly. In your mind, that's exactly what you're getting. Then they drizzle that on top of a spicy chicken fillet, and you can get that prepared one of three ways. Then a portion of applewood smoked bacon, delicious, and then a layer of melty pepper jack, and then to top it all off, tangy, crunchy dill chips. So you get all the flavors and all the textures. Now, you can get this as a sandwich throughout the rest of the day, but during breakfast, you get this thing on a warm buttermilk biscuit. So that way you get another round of flavors and textures. So I think that you should have one today for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, frankly. But there you go. It's at participating U.S. Wendy's. The Hot Honey Chicken Biscuit is only available during breakfast hours. Hit the drive-thru Wendy's.
Norm. Spell it with me now. N-O-R-M. And now we'll use it in some dialogue as our two Utah men, LeVar and LeGrand. Today the boys are standing outside the ward house chatting with a new ward member who has just moved in from out of state. Again, the word is Norm.
Well, Brother Jensen, it's nice to have you in the ward. Where do you come from?
Yeah, what ward was you in and where?
I'm from a ward in Anaheim, California.
Well, we kind of spotted you as a Californian.
Yeah.
You may have noticed that not many of our ward members wear Hawaiian shirts to church.
Nor do many of the male members of this ward have pierced ears either, Elder Jensen.
Yeah, I'm hip. I felt like the brother from another planet in there. Thank goodness I wore shoes.
Well, why didn't you bring Mrs. Jensen and the little Jensens to church today. Maybe they haven't moved up here with you yet.
Or if they are here, I hope they're not sick.
Oh, no, I'm not married.
Oh, a Californian and a bachelor too, huh?
Hey, is Anaheim anywhere near San Francisco?
No, it's not. Anaheim is the city that Disneyland is in.
Oh, that's right. Disneyland. That's that big amusement park with Mickey Mouse and stuff, ain't it? We never been to Disneyland.
We've been to Lagoon. That's an amusement park. It's good enough for us.
You ain't gonna wear any of them mouse ears to church, are you?
No, I don't think so. I don't imagine I'll be wearing this Hawaiian shirt again either.
So, what did you do for a living down there in Anaheim?
Well, I was and still am a tax accountant, and because you fellows have been so nice, I'd be happy to offer you some tax advice for free.
I don't pay taxes. I don't have an income, so I don't pay no taxes.
And I have a fellow that does my taxes. Norm.
Oh, what's Norm's last name? Is he in this ward? I'd kind of like to meet him.
No, his name's not Norm. His name's Evan. Evan Christiansen. Why did you think his name was Norm?
You said your accountant's Norm.
No, he said his accountant was Norm. It's a city near Provo, Utah. Orm! That's where this Evan guy is. Norm!
Oh, sorry.
Sure. We'll see you next Sunday, Brother Jensen. You should save that shirt you're wearing, too. I'm sure we'll have some kind of luau night in the cultural hall this spring sometime.
Yeah, we all get a little crazy that night.
All right, 7:03. Is this sponsored, Gina?
Yeah, locally owned Young Automotive Group has over 8 different brands across 6 automotive and power sport dealerships. Check out the variety online at youngautimotivegroup.com. Think Young, think Layton.
Thank you.
And now, live and direct from the biggest little city in the world, Reno, Nevada, it's our friend Victoria, who watches Real Housewives of Salt Lake. And I think she watches all of the Real Housewives franchises.
I watch most of them.
Yeah, but she does the Salt Lake one so that we don't have to bother with watching it. Thank you for doing that. And I don't understand some things in your recap today, Victoria.
Okay.
So why don't you get to it, and then I'll if you don't address it, I'll ask you.
I can't wait. All right. So this is episode 21. It is the season finale, so we've finally made it to the finale. Bravo calls this episode, "Why Can't We Be Friends?" We don't have any restaurants in our restaurant watch. I know that's what's important to this group. Nothing for the finale. We get our business watch. We go to Mulligan's again, so it's funny we've been there twice this season. I'm calling these the what moments of the episode.
Okay, this is what I don't understand. So
okay, so I can't wait. I can imagine. I can't wait to tell you. And so the first one is Jen Shaw wants an A for effort because she's moving from a 9,000 square foot house to a 4,500 square foot house. What?
How will she ever survive?
How is this even a thing?
She really plays this up. It is a thing because then we're watching her go through the house with her movers, and she's taking them through each room. Okay, I need this packed up. I need you to pack this up. Here is my closet. Here, it's crazy. And so they quote her when they're done. They say to pack everything up and move her to her 4,500 square foot house is going to cost $8,000 to $10,000. And they said, so, we'll have to see what you can do. She says, oh, no, we're doing this. So
All right.
Incredible. And she already moved since the first season. So the other big what moment of the episode is Whitney and Justin decide to create love art.
Now, I don't think I want to know about that at all.
I want to be, I saw some stuff on social media about I'm not slut-shaming or sex-shaming Whitney and Justin.
Okay.
However, I do think Whitney's very, very creative about how to get camera time on the show. So what they do is they strip down to their underwear, they cover themselves in paint, and then they put a sheet on the floor, and they assume different positions on the sheet to create their art with covered in paint.
Boo!
Yeah,
and what are they going to do with that? Do they expect people to buy that?
That's a good question. I mean, I would hope they just hang it in their bedroom or roll it up and throw it back in the back of the closet. I don't know. I guess leave it up to Whitney. I wouldn't put it past Whitney to do something with that and create a new line of something to sell. So enjoy that.
Now, what is this choose your adventure with the episode? I don't know what.
So I wanted to. I was thinking about there's basically two halves to this show, and so I would say if what you want from your reality show is something you can empathize with, I'm going to tell you what to do. If you just want drama that you can judge, I'm going to tell you where to skip to the episode. Okay. So this is where you can choose what do you like in reality TV. So if you want something you can empathize with, skip to the celebration of life that Heather organizes for her father and her, and then it involves her talking about not being included in her family for being for leaving the Mormon Church. Apparently, she organized this event, and her siblings, her mother wouldn't come, and she's absolutely positive it's because she's left the church and because she's been so vocal about leaving the church. So
yeah, I can't empathize with that. So
okay, all right. Well, maybe you can empathize with this. So Meredith organizes a jewelry photo shoot at the Salt Flats with her family in Glad.
Yes, and
I know that's how we all do our family shoot.
Yeah, at the Salt Flats.
Yeah. And then if you are all here for the drama, I just say skip to the last 25 minutes of the show of this week's episode. So Lisa throws an 80s themed Vita party to launch a new line of her tequila.
Okay.
What we get is a fight between Jenny Wynn and Mary, and Jenny is yelling at Mary, and this is at the party. At one point, throws her glass at Mary's feet, and it shatters all over the floor.
Whoa.
And she's yelling at her. And then Dewey, we get a shot of Dewey, Jenny's husband, cleaning it up, cleaning up Jenny's mess.
Clean that up.
And then the big I guess finale to the finale of the drama is Meredith also is yelling and accuses the other women of having affairs. So she's not specific, but she says she knows everything about everyone and all their affairs. So. And so what we get is we get two housewives storming out of this event. So if you're here for the drama, just skip to the end.
Yeah, you know, I've come to the conclusion after hearing all of that and hearing your past recaps of this. I don't care for this show at all.
What?
In the slightest. Not even a little bit.
If we're choosing our own adventure for the show, can we choose it to be canceled? That'd be
Well, we wouldn't talk to Victoria anymore.
It's true. I could come up with something else, I'm sure. You know, the thing is that what they... Go ahead.
I was just going to say, we'll pick a different show for you, Victoria.
Perfect. I'm in. Well, and what I would say is if they cancel, at least keep the B-roll footage because the production on that is amazing. And because I don't, I'm not living there anymore, it makes me just feel like I'm at home. So keep it for that. But no, I know. And if you ever want me to try and convince you, I will try and build my case. But I know I'll lose.
Quotes of the week?
Our quotes of the week are brought to you by Mary and Jenny, and I put R.I.P. because Mary and Jenny are no longer on the show.
Oh, yeah.
So Mary says, this is at the event, Mary says, her tequila tastes like water, like Lisa, blah. And then Whitney wants to have a sit-down with Mary, and in confessional, Mary says, can I get a sober Whitney? So she continues to shame Whitney for always being drunk whenever they talk. And then during the fight with Mary and Jenny, Mary, under her breath, says something about, Jenny's getting hood on us. And Jenny in confessional says, you don't know what the hood is, Mary. You grew up in Utah.
You know, I had somebody, Victoria, once say to me, I can never talk to you. You're always drunk when I want to talk to you. And my response to that was, what does that tell you?
I'm going to remember that. We're also just all living our best lives.
Yeah.
All right, so countdown to the end of season 2. So we have the finale. So what we get, and your countdown to your recaps from me, we get a 3-part reunion. So we've got 3 more weeks. And my prediction is for the reunion, we're going to get lots of walk-offs and lots of, let me finish, stop interrupting me.
That's interesting that, most shows that we watch routinely, that Carrie watches, I watch, Gina, they're like 13-episode seasons, 8-episode seasons. This is like going to end up being, 30?
Oh, yeah, it's going to be a lot. No, Bravo doesn't mess around.
All right.
All right, so our drinking game this week I'm calling Yakety Yak, Don't Talk Back. And this is only for the drama section of the show if you fast forward through all the other stuff. So you want to take a drink every time someone says, let's talk about this, or don't talk about that. And I recommend that you buy yourself a very fancy bottle of champagne and pat yourself on the back for either making it through the recaps and or making it through the season. You deserve all the drinks.
Has anyone here tried the tequila in question? What is it, Vida? Is that what it is?
We've tried it. We've had them on the show.
Oh, that's right.
Is this a new type of tequila or vodka?
No, and I've tried it. I've tried the Anejo. I want to try the Blanco, and I think she has another one. No, what they did is they just put together some fancy bottles. So what she was launching were these jewel or diamond bottles or something, and it was just a new bottle design. It wasn't a new tequila. So I like it. I think it's a decent tequila.
It's okay, yeah.
I'm not a tequila drinker, so...
Oh.
I do remember that they were on the show, but I don't...
We did something with them because they were at Taqueria 27. They featured them there.
We did a tasting there. Yeah, it was fine tequila. It was just fine.
So more to come next week, right? Okay.
Yes, for the reunion. There'll be lots to go over. And so follow me on Instagram at Judgy Empath. Listen to my podcast with my husband, who also watches Bravo. It's called Couples Who Bravo Together. And then, in case you're interested, we did a special Yellow Jackets episode that ended up being 2.5 hours long. So if you don't want Bravo, but you want Yellow Jackets and all of our theories, check out that episode.
Wow.
I'll tell Rebecca about that.
You and your husband talking for 2.5 hours about Yellow Jackets.
Yep. All right. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Victoria.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Victoria. We're Our attorney Ed Brass has already put in a request for the show that she starts watching after this is canceled, F Troop. And so they're looking forward to that. There you go. Traffic, please, Gina.
Well, I-15 looks like a sheet of ice in North Salt Lake, at least as far as the cameras are concerned. There's a crash on the connector ramp where northbound I-215 meets the eastbound 201 freeway. It's causing delays both directions there. Snow continuing to fall in Sardine Canyon. US 8991 snow-covered. Chains and four-wheel drive are highly recommended. Crash northbound I-15 at 4 South exit downtown Salt Lake. 2 left lanes are blocked. The exit ramp may be closed. You might want to use an alternate route to get into downtown. Crash on I-80 eastbound near Saltaire. Traction laws into place, Big and Little Cottonwood Canyons, and it's much like our commute has been all week. The roads are slick. It's been very cold, and there's a little bit of snow out there, and it's causing for icy conditions. So leave early, leave some space between you and the cars in front of you. Make sure your lights are on. All of those things are helpful. For over 65 years, they've been a part of your community. While the name's changing, the commitment to you is not. Welcome to You First, YouFirstCU.com.
Okay, boners round 1 coming up. Here's the lineup. Boner candidate number 1, the ref gets a left hook out of nowhere. Boner candidate number 2, man, she really wants to be railroad commissioner. And boner candidate number 3, oh come on, Todd, really?
All right. We got round 1 of your boners coming up. Stand by for all of that. BigOTires.com. You can find a location near you at the website, and there is one.
Yeah, should be 42 along the Wasatch Front.
Yep.
You know what's really cool, and I would advise you to take advantage of this. If you need tires or anything else that Big O does, shocks, brakes, alignments, all that, you can schedule an appointment online, just at BigOTires.com, at your local Big O Tire store. I think that's a really great idea.
Great feature.
And this sale they have, it's going on just through this weekend. It's the President's Day sale. Earn $70 rewards card on select sets of Michelin tires, plus an additional $120 in mail-in rebate savings on purchases of $500 or more in your Big O Tires credit card, plus free basic installation.
And they have the lowest price on every tire every day at Big O Tires, and they carry other brands besides Michelin. So check out your Big O Tire store. You'll find one near you. They are the team you trust. BigOTires.com.
It's often said that the people of Utah speak a language all their own. It's a language that's often confusing and even incomprehensible to newcomers here in the Beehive State. So, Radio From Hell presents a handy guide to help everyone understand how the natives speak. It's the Utah word of the day. And today's word is...
gel. G-E-L, gel. And now to use the word in a sentence, LeVar and the Grand are here to show you how Utahns speak. Listen carefully for the word gel. Our word today was supplied by a famed Utah attorney who has undoubtedly heard this word used more times in his life than he cares to remember. The word again is gel.
Hey, LeGrand, how's tricks?
What? How's what?
Tricks. You know, things. How's things? How's it going with you? How's tricks?
Oh. How's it going? I got you. How's it going?
I asked you first.
What?
How it's going, that's what. I just asked how's it going, then you... Never mind. What's wrong with you?
Well, sure. I mean, no doubt I'm just fine. I'm a little distracted, maybe. Who wants to know?
Never mind. What's got you so distracted, LeGrand?
Well, I was speaking on the phone with my uncle down to Moab. My Uncle LeGrand.
I'm LeVar. You're LeGrand. That's the...
so's my uncle.
Huh?
Yeah, LeGrand Peterson. He owns a small gravel pit down to Moab.
Wait a second. Ain't you LeGrand Peterson?
No, I'm LeGrand Peterson. He's Peter S-E-N. I'm Peter S-O-N.
Well, hell, that's confusing.
Not to us. But anywho, he wants me to come down to Moab, help him catch some appliance dumpers.
Some what?
Someone has been dumping old appliances into his gravel pit.
Oh.
And he can't catch them. There's like 10 old fridges there and more every couple of days. So my uncle, Legrand, will have to pay to have them all hauled away. And that's going to get expensive. But if he can catch who's doing it, maybe he can get reimbursed. And if not, well, he's just going to have them thrown in jail.
I guess illegal dumping can get you jail time.
It's jailable, all right. So long as the jails down there ain't full.
Yep.
But I got a few things to take care of first. Hey, LeVar, I just noticed your hair looks kind of different. You using some kind of junk in it?
Yes, my wife made me try it. It's some kind of new hair gel.
Join us again some other time as we examine how the Utah natives speak with the Utah Word of the Day.
$7:21. Let's get to round one of your boners. Presenting to you now 3 news stories that are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. You'll decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one should go forward to boner fight and get a chance to become boner of the day. Winning here secures it a spot in Boner Dome. In order to become boner of the day, it'll have to defeat the winner of round 2. What? That happens at 8:20. 3 more candidates. We'll get another winner there. Send them both to Boner Dome at 9:20 this morning is when you'll vote for Boner of the Day for today. Right now, send one of these 3 from this round 1 forward. 2 candidates now, a third in a bit here. Once you've heard all 3 candidates, you'll vote, and one of you lucky random Boner voters will receive
tickets to see Brandy Carlisle at Vivint Arena on August 11th.
Number 1 Boner candidate. The ref gets a left hook out of nowhere. Murphy, Texas. A middle school basketball game in Texas has turned into a brawl, or did turn into a brawl. It was not pleasant. A mother punching a kid, and on it went. Referee Greg Ivanovsky tossed a player after she had punched another girl during the game on Saturday. After the game was over, the player went back to the court to continue the fight, according to police in Murphy, Texas. Things escalated when the ejected girl's mother, identified as Dominique Graham, punched the player girl that her daughter was fighting with in the face.
Oh,
jeez.
This is not going to happen. I am not going to allow this, referee Ivanovsky said to himself. And then, out of nowhere, I get a left hook across the mouth. My glasses go sideways like that, he said. Chaos broke out as more parents and kids rushed in while Ms. Graham allegedly continued to wail on other people. Police say Graham hit 3 underage players and 2 adults Not to mention the referee. She's charged with 3 counts
what?
of injury.
Oh, what?
A foul, Gina.
Okay.
It was a blatant foul.
What?
It was a
people
clear
to
violation, and it wasn't called. Okay. Boner,
Just don't
you don't know how to have fun at your kids'
I
sports
guess
games.
not.
You suck at basketball.
Boner candidate number 1. The ref gets a left hook out of nowhere. I like that. And he even elaborated. And my glasses went sideways like that. Here's Boner candidate number 2. Oh, man. She really wants to be railroad commissioner. A woman is running for railroad commissioner in Texas. That's the Lone Star State, you know.
Do we have a railroad commissioner? We should have a railroad commissioner.
It should be Todd Newcomb.
I don't know if we have a railroad commission or not. My guess is if we do, it's an appointed position. But at any rate, she's raised eyebrows over her campaign video. They said I needed some money to do videos and advertise for my campaign, she said. But I have other assets. Her name is Sarah Stogner. She's a lawyer, a Republican. Stogner posted a steamy video of herself, nearly naked, wearing little more than a cowboy hat and boots, straddling an oil pump. She posted the video on Super Bowl Sunday. It was shot sometime in November by a documentary crew that she had hired for her campaign against the incumbent railroad commissioner, Wayne Christensen. Some
Is he
friends
willing to take his clothes off?
I don't know.
That's how I'm going to make my decision.
Some friends suggested that she post the video on TikTok to call attention to leaking wells in West Texas. So apparently the railroad commissioner has something to do with oil wells as well. I started doing a little digging and was like, wow, this is great, she said. This is how I'm going to communicate to the masses about what's happening out there, because people are visual. Stogner told the paper she decided to release the video because the risks seem worth it, as a University of Houston poll showed her only a few points behind her opponent, who's been bankrolled by oil and gas interests.
Well, I mean, she's not wrong. Here we are talking about it. Would we be talking about the railroad commissioner race in Texas if not for this? It worked.
There's the picture of her on TikTok, and you can we have it, I think, at x96.com/live. It is a picture you can show. It says, Stogner, please vote early. It says, vote for Stogner. All right. She really wants to be railroad commissioner. Boner candidate number 2. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. Oh, come on, Todd, really?
We'll have boner candidate number 3 coming up here in just a bit.
I forgot this.
What?
This tragedy. I should have done it last hour.
Are you searching for Pokemon? Locally owned Haster Games has the best selection of Pokemon, Dungeons & Dragons, Magic, and more. Shop online at HasterGames.com or visit the store. 6831 South State curbside service is available.
She was one of a kind and original, truly. Hot Lips Houlihan. No, not Loretta Swit on the TV. The original Hot Lips Houlihan from the movie, Sally Kellerman, has died. She was 84. She was nominated for an Oscar for that role in MASH, the movie MASH. Kellerman also sang and had a Grand Funk Railroad tune written for her. Oh, really? Let's see if, I don't.
What is it?
It doesn't say. Of course not. It's somewhere in the story. They should say it right there, but no,
yes.
They've buried it somewhere in the story. A native California, Kellerman had a memorable role in the 3rd episode of Star Trek, and I saw that Sean Means posted, this is how I remember Sally Kellerman, and there was a picture of her in Star Trek in the episode Where No Man Has Gone Before. She played Dr. Elizabeth Daner, a human Starfleet officer aboard the USS Enterprise.
Yes.
She sacrifices her life. Her dying words to Captain Kirk are, "I'm sorry, you can't know what it's like to be almost a god." was a good episode, as I recall.
It was, yeah.
Did you find the song, Gina?
It's just called Sally.
And it's Grand Funk
Grand
Railroad.
Funk Railroad, yeah.
Here, let me look it up here.
Let's see
Find
if
it.
we can. It'd be interesting to hear a little bit of what was Grand Funk Railroad's big hit. We're an American band.
They're coming to your land.
Yeah, wasn't that their big hit?
Mm-hmm.
And does not sound like Grand Funk Railroad. Okay.
All right.
I never had a song written about me, so it's pretty. Sally Kellerman, 84. Another actor in trouble, Michael Madsen. You know, the guy stuck in the middle with you from Reservoir Dogs. You know, that was kind of his most memorable role, I think. And then, he's been in other things, but
he's had his struggles.
Yeah, he's kind of gone off the rails over the years.
He's been arrested a bunch of times.
He was arrested Wednesday for trespassing on unnamed property. The property owner attempted a citizen's arrest for trespassing and informed police of the incident. The Reservoir Dogs actor, 64 years old now, was escorted out off the property in handcuffs. Apparently his son had just recently died by suicide. But he has had his problems. This is one of the great scenes in a movie ever, I think. It's Michael Madsen dancing to that song, and he's a big guy, and he's doing this delicate little dance. It's really, and then cutting the cop's ear off while he's doing it. It's just bizarre.
Well, it's shot brilliantly.
Yeah.
Because you never see him cut the ear off.
Yeah, not once.
The camera pans just right, and then the next thing you see is Michael Madsen walking with what looks like an ear. You know?
Yeah. Ukrainian forces took to the streets of Kiev today with National Guard troops pictured lining up in defensive positions along a highway. Shortly before the sounds of gunfire, explosions rang out. They are fighting Russian forces for control of the capital. You hear air raid sirens periodically. Putin's men are thought to be inside the city, though their exact location and number is unclear. Fighting was reported in Obolon on the city's outskirts in the early hours of the morning. The Ministry of Defense told residents to make Molotov cocktails. They're telling people, here's how you do it. Make Molotov cocktails and repel the occupiers. Repel the Russians, they say. Zelensky, the president, says, I'm target number one here. They want to get me. They want to kill me. There's no doubt about it. And he said, I'm armed. The people around me are armed, and we'll fight to the last. This is pretty good for a guy who was a TV comedian, as I recall.
Yeah.
A TV comedian who was elected to be president of.
They love him. His
a
people
TV
love
personality,
him.
and so think of a TV personality here in America who, was elected to be president of America. Would that person, do you think, have been brave and stood up to the forces surrounding him? And no, not at all, not in the slightest. Former White House Chief of Staff says he's absolutely in disbelief over the Republican Party support for Vladimir Putin. Trump called Putin a genius, but the former White House Chief of Staff, John Kelly, who's no great guy, but even he says, this is incredible. I don't get it. Kelly said he was in disbelief over some Republican support for Russian President Putin.
Quit trying to understand.
Wait a minute. There are people who in government, in the Republican Party, who actually are saying they support Russia and Putin.
Yeah. The rest of the globe doesn't, but there they are. Wonder where their paychecks come from.
I don't get it. Utah family is getting support from the community. They're trying to get their extended relatives out of Ukraine. There are a lot of Ukraine connections to Salt Lake and to Utah. The county attorney down in Utah County, his name is, it'll come to me. He has lived, he owns a home in Ukraine.
Really?
He's taught law classes there for a number of years. David Levitt? It's Levitt, I think. Yeah, he, and there are lots of connections. You know, we ought to call Jim DeBackus. Get DeBackus on. DeBackus has lots of connections in Russia and Ukraine.
Yeah, let's get DeBackus on the phone. Jim, if you're listening.
There is a move to end the use of gas chamber animal euthanasia in Utah. Utah is still one of the few states that allows it, but this legislation is stalled right now, as an animal advocacy director said those who opposed the bill did not follow through on promises to work together. Utah is one of just 3 states where this method is still used, according to the Humane Society of the United States. It involves an animal being placed into an enclosure without sedation. Carbon monoxide is released. Animal activists say that it can take 20 to 30 minutes for an animal to die in the chamber, during which they experience pain and discomfort. Most places now use an injection.
But it's cheap. That's
well,
why
yeah. You just back your car up, and you put the tailpipe in, and they do that.
They do that.
Put a hose on the tailpipe. And,
people think you're kidding when you say that.
No,
but
I'm not.
That's how they do it.
Yeah, there are two shelters, so-called shelters, in the state that still use the gas chamber, and they are hemming and hawing about why they do it. No, well, we're trying to get to the other. You know, just do it. Just do it. Stop it. It's terrible. Let's see. One other story here.
Quickly.
The 2022 seafood season has finally arrived at White Castle.
Oh.
It's the return of shrimp nibblers. I wish we had a White Castle here.
Why do you do these stories? We don't have a White Castle here.
Because I want to dream about it.
It's because he wants to say shrimp nibblers.
Yeah, that's you're exactly right. You are exactly right.
And that's my NPR name, and that's final.
I wanted to say the name shrimp nibblers.
I'm shrimp nibblers.
All right, that's it.
That's a perfect NPR name.
All right. Weather traffic.
It is cold again. 18 right now. And chance of snow about 40% this morning. It'll taper off by midday. And, overnight low tonight, 10 degrees. Very, very cold tonight. And we gradually warm up, it looks like, over the weekend. We'll be back up to close to 50 by Monday. Next chance of a storm will be Thursday. And because things are warming up into the 50s, that might look like rain down here in the valleys and snow up in the mountains. Now, traffic, I haven't had any accidents reported in the last half an hour, so maybe things are getting better out there. But people were still seeing some slick roads. Because it is so cold and we did have a dusting of snow, you might be experiencing that. I would give yourself some extra space between you and the car in front of you and some extra time this morning just in case. But right now, I don't have any accidents being reported. Unless you want to report one, you can do that via text if it's safe for you to do it, 33986. Tim Daly has new arrivals daily on pre-owned selection of over 1,200 used vehicles to choose from, all makes and models. Think Forever Warranty. Think Tim Daly.
Here's boner candidate number 3. Oh, come on, Todd. Really? Todd Weiler, representative, what is he, North Salt Lake, Bountiful?
Somewhere in there.
Todd Weiler.
He keeps running unopposed.
He's got an opponent, I believe, this year.
Oh, he does this time? Good.
Yeah.
All right.
He tweeted this morning. Liberal logic, 2017 to 2021, everything is the president's fault. 2021 to now, nothing is the president's fault. That's liberal logic. Well, the responses, I think, sum up why this is a boner candidate. For instance, yeah, Todd, right. In 1 year, Biden put us on this course, and Trump didn't cut aid to Ukraine, and Trump didn't openly attack NATO. And then this reply says, cut the crap. Another tweeter, Chef Tom, our old friend Chef Tom. Why are you working so hard to create an us versus them mentality? It just divides the nation. It is incredible that he would say something like this.
Yeah, I mean he has a short memory because it was the GOP platform when Trump got the election that it was immediately rewritten to favor Russia and diss Ukraine immediately.
The Trump administration slow-walked $250 million in military assistance to Ukraine. President Trump asked his national security team to review the funding program known as the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative in order to ensure that the money was being used in the best interest of the United States. But the delays came amid questions over Trump's approach to Russia after a weekend in which the president seemed to downplay Moscow's military intervention in Ukraine and push for... So it goes on and on and on.
Yeah.
It goes on and on.
Trump himself said in his second term he was going to pull us out of NATO. He said it himself.
Boner candidate and number 3. Oh, come on, Todd. Really?
We're not adding Mr. Alvarado to the...
That's next hour.
He gets his own.
Great. We could have a boner fight.
And Gina, please.
Okay.
Gina, please. It's Alvord.
Whatever. Yeah. Let's review the first 2 and then get to voting.
Boner candidate number 1. The ref gets a left hook out of nowhere. Texas mother charged with attacking 7th graders and the referee at a junior high basketball game. Boner candidate number 2. Man, she really wants to be railroad commissioner. A Texas candidate for railroad commission, a woman, an attorney, by the way, kicks up some controversy by posing nearly naked on top of an oil pump. And boner candidate number 3, oh, come on, Todd, really?
All right, you've got to decide. These 3 candidates, which one is the worst? Which one should go forward to boner fight and get that chance to become boner of the day? Winning here secures it a spot in Boner Dome and ensures that it will go up against the winner of round 2's voting. We'll do this again at 8:20 with 3 more candidates. Get another winner there. We'll send them both to Boner Fight. 9:20 is when you'll decide Boner of the Day. Right now, this is round 1. Send one of these 3 forward. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Or you can call the producer's booth at 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com, look for the box that says Boner Voting February 25, 2022, and vote there. Very easy to do all these things. So let's go. Get your vote in. This is round 1.
The music starts when radio...
Sturdy. Spell it with me now. S-T-U-R-D-Y. And now we'll use it in a little bit of dialogue starring as our Utah friends LeVar and LeGrand. The scene takes place in LeGrand's family room as this conversation ensues. Again, the word is sturdy.
A beautiful sight, we're happy tonight, walking in a winter wonderland. Well, that does it. Took a lot of work to get the old family room ready for Christmas, but there's still one very important thing I got to do, LeVar, to make sure Christmas goes off without a hitch.
Well, what could you have possibly left out, LeGrand? I mean, the whole room looks like it jumped out of Good Housekeeping's Christmas issue.
Thanks.
I mean, the tree is up and beautifully decorated. There's mistletoe and holly wreaths in all the right places.
Don't stand under that mistletoe.
Oh, all right. And the stockings are hung by the chimbley with care.
Yeah.
What possibly could you have left out?
Well, just come on over here by the fireplace, LeVar. Come and take a good look inside the fireplace and tell me what you see.
Looks like an ordinary chimbley to me.
Look at all that soot. If I don't do something about all that soot, Sandy will pass us by this year.
I don't follow what you're saying.
Well, sturdy. The fireplace sturdy. That soot's nearly a half-inch thick.
Well, that's what happens with all the smoke. The chimbley gets sturdy.
Well, you know how particular and health-smart Sandy is.
Yeah.
Sandy won't come down any chimbley sturdy.
Me too. I feel the same way that Santa does.
Huh?
I mean, me neither. I won't come down a chimbley sturdy neither. That's funny.
You playing Sandy somewhere here in town, LeVar? I can't imagine you as a Santa Claus.
Oh, I'm a great Santa, LeGrand. I got a big bag of goodies, if you know what I mean.
No.
A big bag to stuff down the chimbley. But only if it's clean.
I better call someone to come over and clean this year chimbley, or Sandy won't come.
Stop it! You're killing me.
What?
Who are you gonna call? You gonna
well-
call one of them doctors that specializes in chimbleys? Maybe he could prescribe a shot of penicillin to clean it out.
No, I'm just gonna call a chimbley sweep. He'll bring a big, long brush and then climb up on top and shove it down the flue.
Oh, that sounds painful.
You know, LeVar, sometimes you really puzzle me.
Shove it down the flue.
You know, it's brought to you by Carnitas.
Nice.
And Feldman's Deli wants to thank their customers for their generous support during these challenging times. They're open, offering dine-in, patio, and takeout service Tuesday through Saturday from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Come in for a nosh at Utah's only authentic Jewish deli. More information at feldmansdeli.com.
Well, there was some confusion here, not with the boner voting, but with the random prize winner. It was reported to me that Darren had won the Brandy Carlisle tickets, and then, a quick correction. The winner was actually Curtis. So I don't know how that happened, but Darren, you're out. Curtis, you're in. Okay. And then the boner voting itself. Oh boy, not even close. The woman who slugged the referee and the other kids at the game, it got just under 100 votes. The woman who wants to be railroad commissioner, only 2 votes. No, 6 votes.
Well, people point out that she should have been straddling a train engine instead of
yeah.
Yeah, except I guess the railroad commissioner has something to do with oil wells and things in Texas. And then boner candidate number 3, Todd Weiler, 164 votes. And
wow.
There you go. Wins round one.
There's your winner of round one. He goes forward to Boner Fight. Might be Boner of the Day. Round two coming up at 8:20. We'll do this again. Get another winner there. Send both winners to Boner Fight 9:20 this morning is when you will decide Boner of the Day. Sponsor, Gina?
Yeah, we've got some delicious wines, Unshackled Red and Naomi Cabernet Sauvignon.
Have another drink, it'll make you feel better. Have another drink and you feel alright. If you feel down and you're under the weather, have another drink and you feel alright.
It's Jimmy Santangelo, Jimmy the Wine Guy, as we call him, with this wonderful feature, Have Another Drink with Jimmy. Now, are we going to take questions?
We're going to take questions in the next break. So if you want to start lining up to ask questions of Jimmy, 877-602-9696, or text them in at 33986. He can answer any question about booze.
Well, that's because he's the proprietor, the chief cook, and bottle washer at the Wine Academy of Utah. You can go to wineacademyofutah.com for all things wine or spirits related. Good morning, Mr. Santangelo.
Good morning. How's everybody doing?
Well, now that you left a little wine on my front porch yesterday, I was just fine.
You got to stop drinking things that people randomly leave on your porch, though.
No, I
Especially
don't.
in mason jars.
No, I don't.
No, I don't.
I'll continue to do it.
Now, so this Unshackled Red, I didn't know until I'm looking at the
let's see
information
the
you
label
sent
there.
us.
Yeah.
This is the Prisoner Wine Company, which I am a huge fan of the Prisoner
Absolutely.
wine.
It's like a baby prisoner. It's a baby prisoner.
Gina, you like that because you like the bottle, right?
No, it's delicious.
Did you see the bottle artwork there? That was really cool.
I do like the bottle, yeah.
Yeah.
Jimmy, I'd never had the Unshackled. I'd had the Naomi before, but it was very tasty.
It was good.
It's a delicious wine. It's in the spirit of the Prisoner Zinfandel base, but this is made by the same company, and this is a wine blend of Zin, Petit Syrah, a couple of different grape varietals from varying regions in California. Very nice ripe fruit comes together. Touch new oak aging. Oh my God, this wine, and it's a cork closure, so it'll age for a little bit. But this is a wine that's ready to giddy up and go. I mean, right out of the bottle. I could see this with roasts, something coming out of the oven as we're finishing off with the winter, moving into spring, or even in the backyard. This is a very ripe, delicious, and it's only $23. We're Prisoner, delicious, a little bit higher, almost double, triple the price.
So Jimmy, when I tasted this wine, and it was kind of cold when it was on the porch, and I didn't want to wait. So it was cold from being outside, but I think that's okay, right?
Yeah, you don't want your reds too cold. The more tannic structure you have in a red wine, the less chill you want on it. If you were ever to have a cold Cabernet Sauvignon or this wine super cold, the tannins, the dryness in the wine will be more emphasized and the fruit comes down. Whereas if you had a lighter-bodied red, a rosé, a Pinot Noir, a Grenache, something a little lighter, a Beaujolais in structure, they can afford a slight chill to them, yes.
I didn't get any tannin really with this, and the Unshackled, it was almost sweet, and I don't mean sweet in the way that there are, kind of sickly sweet wines, but it was sweet like a piece of fruit. It was just great.
That speaks to the ripeness of the wine, that big, rich ripeness. And you're right, there's a difference between sweet sugary. There's no RS or residual sugar remaining in this wine. It's just so uber ripe, the grapes, when they come in. And it ends up, and Katie can check the alcohol level on this wine if she wants, but it should be a little slightly higher because we do convert the sugars in a grape into alcohol. And this Unshackled Red is just, it's ready to go right out of the bottle, or it, like you're saying, it's a sipper. It'll last throughout dinner, even the weekend. I've opened this up yesterday, taken a sip of it this morning, still just as solid as when I first opened it.
What's the content there, Katie?
14.5 alcohol by volume.
It's a little bit higher. Usually wines are about
It has a
13.5.
cute little note that says freedom is a state of mind.
Now, of the two, my wife is the one who likes reds in our house, and of the two, she preferred the Unshackled, where I leaned toward the Naomi that we're about to talk about.
Yeah, the Naomi Cabernet Sauvignon of their Pinot Noir fame. Naomi is classic for its Pinot Noir. This is their first launching of a Cabernet Sauvignon, taking advantage of that tri-county sourcing throughout California of the grape varietals that they source. So they're sourcing Cab throughout Northern California, Santa Barbara, Monterey, a few other one other area. And again, they're using something called long hang time. So the fruit that comes into the winery is nice and ripe. And that's a style that we like here in the States. That's a style that, hey, we just want the wine ready to go out of the bottle. We don't have time to make it, to sell or age it. Some wines are meant for that. Other wines aren't. These are the wines that are ready to go.
Now, you can't actually drink it right out of the bottle, can you? I mean, just tip it up and you can't do that, really.
Let me see the label, Kate.
Use the straw. Use the straw.
Naomi.
The Naomi, we have that. We always have the Naomi at Thanksgiving for some reason.
Nice.
I want to see that so I can pick it up for Sue in the future. There we go.
Yep.
Okay.
So
Cabernet Sauvignon. There
same.
we go.
Yep. It's the same Naomi style label, but a different grape varietal.
They're both terrific wines, and I think I preferred the what's it? Unshackled. I was going to say Onslaught. The
I like them both.
They're both good.
Get it, Bill? Because it's the prisoner, so it's unshackled. You get it? Because it's
No, I don't. I don't. What are you saying? I don't get. What? Huh? What's a shackle?
Let's see. So 877-602-9696 is the number to call. Get lined up now and talk to Jimmy about not just wines, but about any sort of booze.
How about you could talk about, you can ask Jimmy about some of the things that are coming up, too, with the Wine Academy of Utah. They've got classes coming up, and might be interesting to have those described. So call and ask about any of that stuff, 877-602-9696.
All right, and you can text your questions in as well at 33986. Traffic, Gina, please.
Yeah, so things seem to be clearing up just a little bit. Light snow falling in some places, especially on the west side, and that could make for a slick commute this morning again. Cold temperatures and that little bit of snow have made for some issues, so give particular attention to bridges, overpasses, on and off ramps, that kind of thing. I don't have any accidents to tell you about right now, but if you see something, you can text it to us, 33986.
All right, we will take a break, and we'll be back with your questions for Jimmy Santangelo about any sort of beverage, alcoholic or otherwise, coming up. 877-602-9696. Line up with your questions. Wendy's for breakfast now. This hot honey chicken sandwich I would pair with a white myself, but that's just me. The hot honey chicken biscuit is available during breakfast hours at participating U.S. Wendy's. The rest of the day, it's available as a sandwich. So here's the difference. The insides are the same both in breakfast and lunch and dinner. What you do is you get the hot honey sauce and you drizzle a bunch of that over the top of their signature spicy chicken filet, and you can get that prepared 3 different ways. A healthy portion of applewood smoked bacon, that's great. And then you add the layer of melty pepper jack on top of that. And then, to top it off, a stack of tangy, crunchy dill chips. And so you get a lot of good texture there. You get the sweet and the spicy. You get the crispy from the dill chips and the crispy on the chicken and the tangy. It's all there for you. Now, during the rest of the day, it's served as a sandwich on a bun. But during breakfast, it's served on one of those Wendy's warm buttermilk biscuits. So you're going to be good with this. Hit the drive-thru, Wendy's.
I think I'm going to have a guy with a gun come and sit out in my backyard and kill raccoons.
You tried to do it the nice way for how many years have you been trying to do it the nice way?
And you know what we do now is we remember to lock the cat door at night. So the cats can't get in or out, and neither can the raccoons.
Look, I told you what you have to
Last night, we're in the house. Forgot to lock the cat door. It was 8 o'clock. My wife starts downstairs. There's a raccoon sitting on the basement floor going, what's up?
Okay, I guess I'll leave now then. Off he goes, just makes a mess out of it.
Flipped a little raccoon birdie. And
Yeah, they do. They like flip her off. I've not seen them in that regard. She has a couple of times, but I go down. She goes, "Oh my God!" and there are those little footprints in the water all over the basement floor.
I tell you what you need to do. You need to find someone who has a big dog and rent it.
Yeah.
And tie them up with a long leash out back so they can cover the entire backyard. And I'm telling you, after a week, those raccoons will send out a message through the raccoon network. This place is no longer safe and we can't come here
I'd
anymore.
rent you Sadie Girl,
And-
but I don't think
no.
she'd help.
No, you need a real dog.
Can't I just come in?
I would go get those raccoons, but it's on the tile. I can't go. There's tile in the basement.
Just
and
a
I can't.
pain to have to remember to lock the damn cat door at night.
I'm telling you, you borrow a good dog for a
might
week.
work.
And they'll do it.
Yeah.
I can't loan you my friend Van's dog Chase, who killed my raccoon, because he is an escape artist when it comes to leashes and collars.
So you
He'd
couldn't
get
leave
out.
him out there.
Yeah, he is an escape artist. There's just no way.
I don't know though. I guess maybe I could put up with it for a week, but I'm not particularly a dog person.
You're
that I'm going to
yeah.
have a dog barking in my backyard.
Well, just borrowing it for a week, and the raccoons will be gone. So
Or-
you just look at it that way.
Or you need to go to the next Mountain Man rendezvous.
Get a guy with a gun.
And there'll be a guy
you,
there.
You want a new coonskin cap? Come to my house. Kill yourself a hat. Daniel.
All right, I get to keep them though.
Yes, you keep whatever
You bet.
I get to keep the whole thing. You don't want any of the meat, do you?
No. Just kill yourself a hat
Okay,
and take
so
the
let
meat.
me see if I understand this. I get to camp out in your backyard
Yeah.
for a week.
Yeah.
I get to keep the meat and the skin and the hide.
Except I want the tail for my
Well,
antenna.
hell, that ain't no good. That ain't no good. See,
my car
that's the
antenna.
most valuable part.
Okay, you can have the
I
tail.
need the whole.
You can
animal.
have it. You can have it.
So you're telling me I get to keep every coon I kill?
Yeah.
I get to keep.
Yeah.
You got it. I'll be there.
Could I have one tail for for the Prius?
I'm sorry. No. this sponsored, Gina?
Yeah, Boostique features accessories for wine and cocktails and pairs well with contemporary living. But if you're sober curious, Boostique has non-alcohol wine, gin, and whiskey too. Open 11-ish to 7 p.m. Monday through Saturday, 315 East Broadway.
Can I pour you some more wine? It comes from the grape region of France. I think you'll find it pairs well with food.
Jimmy Santangelo here to answer your questions about wine, about spirits, about what to drink with what and when. And he can do it. And Jimmy also has classes coming up with the Wine Academy of Utah, which you can find wineacademyofutah.com. Do we have any phone questions?
Not yet. 877-602-9696. So call in and ask Jimmy a question. We've been taking some text questions as well. Let's see. Black rum, best Utah brand. Easy drinks, question mark, signed Father of Four. It sounds like Father of Four has started already.
and really needs.
You know,
now, right away.
I don't speak in complete sentences.
Utah rums. Utah rums. We have Sugar House Distillery making Utah rums. Water Pocket Distillery makes some rum, or they may be releasing some, and they do a lot of infusing. Father of Four, buy 2 bottles.
Sugar House did a dark rum that I quite liked, a golden dark rum that was really, really good.
Yeah, they did a little quick aging on it. Absolutely.
What is the benefit of using agave syrup in a margarita versus simple syrup?
The texture of agave syrup is a bit more mouth coating, so it's a bit richer. Think honey water, where you do a 1-to-1 ratio of your honey and blending it down with water. But agave syrup has a nice, it's almost like this caramelization thing going on with it. It's delicious.
Yeah. Can you use it, Jimmy, to make simple syrup for any cocktail?
Yeah, you can. It's just it'll impact that cocktail, given the weight and texture, viscosity of agave syrup will impact that cocktail. So it's not just a replacement and you don't notice. You'll notice.
Okay.
Here's another text question. Again, 877-602-9696 if you want to call and ask a question. The only wine I like currently are Malbecs. Do you have a suggestion on good ones for a decent price that's available at our state liquor stores?
Yeah, the wines that we just featured today, Malbecs have that nice ripeness to them, the blueberry fruit, that plumminess. The Unshackled today that we featured has that ripe texture and that ripe fruit profile. So I recommend the Unshackled. It is a blend. But also look at Zinfandels, which the Unshackled has a blend of.
What does Malbec mean? What is that?
It's a grape varietal.
Okay.
It's originally from France, the Côte region of France, and Argentina has really hung its hat on Malbecs throughout the Mendoza wine growing region.
All right. Is Jimmy familiar with the Oregon Riesling that they serve at Ruth's Chris?
Ooh,
I'm not.
Yeah, I'm not. But the Riesling, the nice dry Riesling that they have there, it might be King's Estate. It might be Elk Cove. These are 2 Rieslings that, as well as Pinot Gris, that they might have there.
Okay. Here's another texter. I've recently become a big fan of Moscow Mules as well as Scotch whiskey. Any tips for a Scottish mule using Scotch whiskey?
I love Scottish mules.
No kidding. I have to get on that bandwagon. I've not had a Scottish
I've
mule.
not had one either.
Yeah, I haven't. Katie's looking at me like...
This is the first. Is it just ginger beer and Scotch?
I would suspect so. And one thing I would use is a blended or a light Scotch whiskey. But I would be really interested to try it with J&B blended Scotch whiskey that's got just a hint of smokiness to it. So I think that smoke and the ginger and that strength of flavors back and forth. I think I know what I'm going to do late this morning. I mean, early afternoon.
I got to try that. Yeah.
I don't think the Russians and the Scottish are very friendly, though.
So it's kind of a little war in a glass.
I don't know.
Here's best canned or boxed wine available is the question.
All right, this is the coolest thing. Brand new. We may not get it here in the state, but there's a winery out of Northern California that just released a $95 box of wine. It's a 6 liter, or it's a 4 liter. 3 liter. So it's 4 bottles of wine in the box, $95. But here in the State Store, we got a lot of great boxed wines. On the white side, you have a Gruner Veltliner. That's available. It's got its like old 80s kind of robotic looking guy's face on the label. The name's escaping me. I don't want to mispronounce it. But Gruner Veltliner is a white. That's delicious. There are a lot of great boxed wines coming out. Quality wine producers are putting the their wine in a box because they want to be environmentally friendly. They want to lower their carbon footprint. So,
and it's great to take camping.
Great to take camping. That's right.
Here's one right up your alley, Jimmy. What's the difference between a Manhattan and an old-fashioned? My boyfriend just got into old-fashions and puts cherries in them. I think he's doing it wrong.
You're doing it wrong. You're doing it wrong.
No, actually, he's doing it right. The primary difference, so the similarities, they both have whiskey. The difference, the Manhattan has sweet vermouth, whereas the old-fashioned does not have vermouth. They also both have bitters. So the way that you make a classic old-fashioned is you need primary spirit, a bit of bitter, and a bit of sweet. And the sweet in old-fashioned comes from granulated sugar and or simple syrup.
Here is a question directly for you, Jimmy. How was last night's event at the Van Gogh exhibit?
It was awesome. We paired food. We paired wine with art. It was the Van Gogh immersion exhibit, and I immersed you in wine before the exhibit.
You see why you need to sign up for one of these events with Jimmy? They're so fun.
I'm looking at your classes that you're offering at the Wine Academy of Utah, and people can go to wineacademyofutah.com and see these. What is popcorn and wine?
Popcorn and wine is a fun pairing where we select 3 different wines, 3 different gourmet popcorns, and we do a pairing. It is so much fun because this is a very approachable wine tasting class where everybody loves popcorn, and by pairing it, we really focus on the foundation, the fundamentals, the principles of food and wine pairing, and that food happens to be popcorn.
Here's a weird question. What is the cheapest wine that you would still consider a wine you would drink?
That's a great question. I feel bad calling out a producer on this, but my favorite wine right now is, I guess it's $16. I hope that's affordable enough.
I mean inexpensive, not,
Yeah, there's a $16.99 bottle of Rodney Strong Pinot Noir from Russian River Valley. Buy it today, screw top. It is absolutely regionally correct. It's varietally correct. It tastes like a Pinot. It tastes like a Pinot from the Russian River for 16 bones. You don't find that very often. It's my favorite. It's my favorite glass currently.
All right. And final question. What pairs well with being a parent of twin toddlers? There you go.
The wine that's in front of you, I would suspect.
Just whichever, yeah. All right. Jimmy Santangelo, he's the Grand Poobah of the Wine Academy of Utah. Thanks for being with us again, Jimmy, and go to wineacademyofutah.com, and we'll see you next week, I think.
Look forward to it. Thank you, everybody. Have a great weekend.
Thank you. And no, Guy, grape Kool-Aid and vodka doesn't count as wine. That's not wine at all. That's all right. Traffic, please, Gina.
There's a glare of the sun coming up on the wet roads. 201 freeway has eastbound traffic at a crawl from 5600 west just past Redwood Road. I don't know if there's an accident there, but it's really, really slow there on the 201 freeway. Crash eastbound I-80 near the East Canyon exit. About a mile of delays. That's another thing where the glare of the sun is shining on the road there. Must just be from all the wet and the snow and the ice, depending on where you are. No other accidents to tell you about. Let me check our message stream, see if anybody sent anything in there. No, but you certainly can if you see something. 33986.
All right, Boners round 2 coming up. Here are the candidates you're going to consider this time. Boner candidate number 1. You gave my dad the worst fade ever. Boner candidate number 2, the Drooling Bandit. And boner candidate number 3, hey, Alvord, why don't you just stay out of it?
All right. Round 2 of your boners coming up. Stand by for all of that. We'll have it for you coming up after these. X96.
Hey there, it's Nick Davis, the night guy.
My question is, and this is for you parents, is I didn't know that they still did these.
Oh, yeah.
The daddy-daughter
Mhm.
dance, and there's a mommy-son
Mhm.
dance.
Yeah.
I didn't know they still did these.
Yeah.
These seem
No, they're sweet.
creepy.
No, they're sweet. They're really
No, I
nice.
don't know. You're not watching Bates Motel with me.
That's your problem. You're skewed. You're skewed with the Bates family.
Well, they're I mean, they're
Because
just
Carrie,
meant to
that's all
be-
it is
Tell
a
me,
dance.
well, tell me what they.
They're-
What,
I mean,
what is it?
It's
Tell
just
me.
meant to be. It's meant to be an evening where father and daughter, who may not necessarily interact all the time, because the dad's at work and it's the mom who takes care of things, and so it's just so they just go to the dance, and there's punch and cookies.
It's cute.
Yeah.
You get dressed up, and it's a nice.
Why do you think it's
evening out.
creepy?
You don't think it sends a weird message?
No.
No.
Because you do the exact same activity with a boy. You know, the boy you're dating. It's the exact same activity, the prom, right?
Well, except it's
or the
except
harvest
there's a-
dance.
Except
or
there's a
whatever.
different intent.
And this is no different than
No, there's a different intent. If you're taking a girl to the prom, you'll want to after the prom get with her in the back seat of the car,
Oh.
and in the daddy-daughter dance, that never would even occur to you.
Well,
I mean, really.
No, Carrie. Okay, do you think this is cute?
All right.
When dads that have little girls and the little girl wants to have a little tea party, and she invites daddy to the tea party, and they say
That's. I'm not
Well,
getting laid
kids-
at the end of a tea party.
Kids shouldn't be.
Well, it doesn't have to go there. It's
Well,
just
that-
funny.
but that's what the dance is all
see,
about.
That's what's in Carrie's mind.
See, anytime I went to a high school dance, my goal at the end was to at least
Okay.
make out.
Yeah.
You know?
Okay, Carrie, I went to lots of dances where that never happened.
Gina, that's
Well,
that's
that's
you.
a bad example.
Gina, that's you. You're a bad.
I
example.
just went to dances where it was just about the dance, and
no,
we went out to dinner, and that was the end of
no,
it.
Gina, the guy you were with, that was not what it was all
Not
about.
all guys think
Yes.
that way. Any
Yes,
dance
they do.
ever. That's
Ye-
that's
yes.
the purpose of
Yes.
going to a dance.
Yes.
No.
Okay, you see my point about the daddy-daughter.
No, because it's a daddy. It's not. It's the kid's
See,
dad, not
okay,
a
well,
date.
The real reason we should stop doing the daddy-daughter and the mommy-son
Yeah.
is because this is the age of Disney. At least one of the parents are dead or divorced or something.
It's 8:19 right now. Everybody all right?
What? Yeah. Gina has a breaking news update of some sort. Is it really important?
It's very important.
Okay. Well, do you want to do it now, or should we
do it now if it's
start
that
the
important?
boners? Or?
Before the well, no,
Sure.
we should do the boners.
We will.
Okay.
If it's that important.
Well,
if you tell me to go ahead and start with the boner candidates and Carrie to announce them, then it's not really that important.
All right. Well, this is Dateline, South Lake Tahoe, California. Hank the Tank.
Oh, the bear.
The bear. We have new information about Hank the Tank. Hank the Tank is actually 3 different bears.
What? All in a big bear suit? Like a big costume where they're all 3? And that's
what
why
I'm picturing, yeah.
DNA evidence shows that the 500-pound black bear the public has nicknamed Hank the Tank is, in fact, at least 3 big bears who have damaged more than 30 properties around South Lake Tahoe.
How do they explain that picture, then, that accompanied the story we had earlier in the week of that gigantic fat bear?
Well, he's there, but
apparently
there are 3 of them.
That big?
Yes.
Wow.
Hank, Frank, and Jank the Tank.
The bears are responsible for 150 reports. Breaking into it's
a gang.
It's a bigger problem.
It's an organized syndicate.
You know how they could tell it's 3 different bears? Bear scat.
Every scat's different. Yeah, every scat's different. Don't ask me how I know that. No, not that kind of scat. No. Let's get the boners.
All right. Boners round 2. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and get that chance to become Boner of the Day. Winning here secures it a spot in Boner Dome and ensures it will go up against the winner of round 1. Good candidate, which is why we need in this round 2 for you to choose strategically so that we have a good Boner Fight coming up at 9:20. That's when both candidates will go head-to-head, and you'll decide Boner of the Day with your vote, and then it'll be Boner of the Week after that. All right, so let's begin. Here we go, round 2. Presenting 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote, and one of you lucky random Boner voters will receive
tickets to see Utah Presents groundbreaking play Nassim this March 1st through the 5th at Kingsbury Hall. Each night, a new actor joins playwright Nassim Soleimanpour on stage, while an unseen script waits in a sealed box, including, it says here, a performance on March 4th from X96's own Gina Barberi.
Wow. By the way, before I do Boner candidate number 1, I'm told that we need to apologize for the political nature of the Hank the Tank discussion. Yes. Sorry. All right, here's Boner candidate number 1. You gave my dad the worst fade ever. A New Jersey man is behind bars after police say that he poured gasoline in a barber shop filled with people. It happened around 12:20 p.m. Monday at the Zone Barber Shop in North Bergen, New Jersey. Police say the 30-year-old Umberto Vanegas walked into the barber shop with a 5-gallon gasoline can and started yelling as he poured the fuel everywhere. There were 15 to 20 people inside the barber shop, including a 4-year-old boy who was in the process of getting a haircut. At no point, though, did he attempt to ignite the gasoline, but staff members grabbed him and pushed him outside and subdued him till police arrived. Nobody hurt. North Bergen police say that Mr. Vanegas told them he was upset about the way his father had been treated at the barber shop during an earlier visit. A visit that Vanegas said ended in a bitter argument over the cleanliness of the barber tools and an accusation of being overcharged, and he just plain didn't like the haircut he'd received.
Well, what did you expect him to do? Go to another barber shop?
Mr. Vanegas also said his father was threatened with a pair of scissors, but police have not confirmed that. But he poured gasoline all over. Listen, I did it because you gave my dad the worst fade ever. boner candidate number 1. Here's boner candidate number 2, the Drooling Bandit. My best advice to you, if you want to be a bandit, a robber, is when you're in the process of banditing, robbering, don't drool.
Ooh.
Because someone who was robbing a house in New Jersey, or several houses in New Jersey, was also drooling. And they were able to get DNA evidence from the drool.
Wow.
New Jersey State Police said that they arrested an alleged burglar after finding his saliva, his drool, on the stairs of a Burlington County home. William Clifford faces burglary and fencing charges for allegedly stealing copper piping from the home and then trying to sell it. While investigating the theft, troopers discovered the spit, the drool in question, collected a sample, and found, yep, he's drooling here in his cell, and he was drooling in the house, and it's the same drool.
That's weird.
He was subsequently arrested after the DNA sample confirmed it. So, boner candidate number 2, the Drooling Bandit. If you want to be successful at your robbing, do not drool all over the stuff you're robbing.
Get a drool cup or something.
Yeah.
All right.
Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. Hey, Alvord, why don't you just stay out of it?
All right. Boner candidate number 3 for round 2 coming up here in just a bit. Well, I don't know how you top that bear story.
I'm so excited. I can top it right now.
Wow.
You want to sponsor me topping it?
Sure. Bill Topping It, brought to you by Follow a Baby Whale on a Magical Journey. Discover the incredible world of ocean currents. Meet curious creatures along the way. See how the ocean nurtures all life on Earth. Now playing at Clark Planetarium at the Gateway.
Even a more astounding story than the Hank the Tank story. There's a Weird Al Yankovic pinball machine coming.
Mm-hmm.
It's a new one. I guess there's an old Weird Al pinball. Weird Al is undergoing a renaissance. He's always been popular, but recently, in the last couple of years, he's just been catapulted up into a new realm of popularity.
Where he belongs.
Yes, indeed, I agree. There was a time I did not agree with it, but after I read, I forget who did the profile, and I think that's what started it all. There was might have been in the New Yorker, or a writer who said, "I hate to confess this, but I've always loved Weird Al," and so I went to interview him, and my God, the guy is fascinating.
Yeah,
and his story is great. So the Weird Al Yankovic biopic is in the works. They're going to have it looks like Daniel Radcliffe is going to play Weird Al. And now there'll be a Weird Al Yankovic pinball machine available.
I'm looking at it working right now, and part of the bottom of the base of the pinball is a TV screen, and it flashes some Weird Al videos here and there, and cartoons and things. But then there's also a Ferris wheel or a hamster wheel inside, and it's crazy. It looks great. It looks like fun to play.
Excellent, absolutely great. The game was created by Multimorphic. They designed the thing.
Oh, here it is.
Museum of Natural Hilarity. I hope you enjoy it.
Yep, it's just it's on YouTube if you want to see it. Weird Al's Museum of Natural Hilarity pinball game. Cool. You can see a video of it being played and up close.
Word is that the CDC, that's the Centers for Disease Control, are going to significantly loosen federal mask-wearing guidelines to protect against COVID today. They're going to make some announcement about it. This is according to 2 people familiar with the matter, meaning that most Americans will no longer be advised to wear masks in indoor public settings. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, it says, will announce a change to the metrics it uses to determine whether to recommend face coverings, shifting from looking at COVID-19 case counts to more holistic views or risk from the coronavirus to a community. Under current guidelines, masks are recommended for people residing in communities of substantial or high transmission, roughly 95% of U.S. counties, according to the latest data. The new metric will consider caseloads, but also take into account hospitalizations, local hospital capacity, which have been markedly improved in most places during the emergence of the Omicron variant. That strain is highly transmissible, but indications are that it is less severe. Under the new guidelines, the vast majority of Americans will no longer live in areas where they think indoor masking is required, and they won't recommend it. That's based on current data, they say. Utah reports 627 new COVID cases as of Thursday. 5 new deaths were reported. It's been going down. I remember, 2-3 weeks ago, we were reporting cases approaching almost 2,000.
Yeah, but I remember when we were freaking out when it was 200 cases. So it's, I mean, it's going down.
Okay, Gina, fine.
No, I'm just...
It's going down.
Yeah.
Okay.
Am I wrong? Don't you remember being
not.
worried when it was 200 cases?
I remember that. Yeah.
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yes, I do. And it's apparently you really remember it.
I do.
Booster shots highly decrease your likelihood of dying of COVID-19. Okay? Just always remember that, and if you haven't gotten it, do it. Let's see. Proposed amendment to the Utah Constitution to remove the earmark for education funding from income tax. They're not going to consider it.
Okay.
This time.
Yeah.
It'll come back up. You watch. 3 ex-police officers were found guilty of violating George Floyd's civil rights. So these are the 3 cops that were with Derek, I think his first name was, Derek Chauvin.
Mm-hmm.
The cop who had his knee on George Floyd's neck. These are the 3 cops who were assisting, and they have been found guilty of violating his civil rights. Let's see. Gina, here now. I remember. I just want to give you some health advice, okay?
Is this more about I don't have to eat vegetables? So
no, I can help you reduce your risk of cancer.
Well, thank you.
Would you like to reduce your risk of cancer?
I would.
All you have to do is stop smoking.
I don't smoke.
Okay, you don't smoke.
Yeah.
Cut out meat just twice a week. So instead of
I'm sorry, was that twice a day?
No,
twice. Did you say twice?
Instead of your usual 7 days a week having some form of meat, just have meat 5 days a week. You can have it for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
You want me to starve the other 2 days of the week? What am I going to eat?
Maybe you could find a substitute like, I don't know, ice cream.
Substitute.
Throw it like that. Why don't you do that?
There's a thought.
Okay.
Oh, there's that new Ben & Jerry's with the s'more cookie that I'm trying to find. I'll do that 2 days a week. Okay, thanks, Bill.
And then there's one other thing that might help you. Now, this isn't cancer, but if you want to live longer, and I know you're concerned about that. This 108-year-old British woman said she's gotten to be 108 years old. It probably has nothing to do with her genetic makeup. It has to do with the fact that she drinks a glass of red wine every day.
Just one?
It says just one. So,
so now what's Gina supposed to do now?
Well, if she cuts back to just one a day.
Or maybe the more I drink, the longer I'll live. Maybe I'll live older than 108 if I drink more than one glass a day. I'm going to try that.
Well, you can say maybe, but I think you're shooting the dice with your own life, and I don't.
The world of wine may feel like an exclusive club with 1,000 passwords to enter. But maybe if you learned a thing or two, you'd never be stressed about wine ever again. And I'll show you how to convince anyone that you know a thing or two about wine.
If you've never watched How To with John Wilson, HBO has it. Was that a new one? I don't remember that one.
Newer-ish.
Yeah, they're short. Half
Do
an
you
hour.
really
at
learn
most.
things? Do you really?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, I mean, you do. But he has a roundabout way of doing it. He's a very interesting guy. All right, that's it.
Sports weather traffic.
Let's see. Basketball last night. The Cougars beat Loyola Marymount Lions 79-59. The Utes lost to number 2 Arizona Wildcats 97-77. Weber State is, they lost to the Portland State Vikings 81-75. Utah State plays tomorrow against Colorado State. And tonight, the Utah Jazz are back from the All-Star break and home to the Dallas Mavericks. It's a 7 o'clock game, and this is the first home game with the new COVID relaxed restrictions at Vivint. You don't have to show your vaccine card. You don't have to show a negative test. No mask unless you want to, of course, or unless you are down close to the court. You still need to wear them down there. Weather, it is chilly again today. Boy, overnight tonight it's going to be 10. Really cold down here. And it's a single digits up in like Park City, places like that. But very cold down here. High of 30 today. Now that light snow we had this morning, that seems to have been clearing up and will be sunny the rest of the day today. And sunny, it looks like throughout the weekend, and warming up. We'll be back up in the 50s by early next week. And next chance of snow looks like it's going to be Thursday. And snow, I mean, in the mountains could probably be rain down here in the valleys because we'll be close to 60 degrees by next Thursday. So big temperature change in the next 5 to 7 days, it looks like.
10 degrees to 60. Yeah, that's big.
Traffic. Chains and four-wheel drives are not required in Sardine Canyon, but the road still snow-covered. Plows haven't gone through there yet. This just came through about 4 minutes ago, so slow down and use caution through that area. Crash eastbound I-80 near East Canyon. About a mile of delays there. And let me check our message stream, see if friends of the program have sent in any traffic lately. No, but if you see something, please send it in to us and I'll pass it along. 33986 is where you do that. Odyssey Dance Theater celebrates 28 years, performing their final Shut Up and Dance spring repertory season March 2nd through the 12th. Visit odysseydance.com for discounts and ticket information.
We have a sighting, Gina.
Of?
The Ben & Jerry's s'mores ice cream that you're looking for. Marie. Smith's in Marie at 5400.
Smith's in Marie.
5400 South. So.
Thank you.
Here's boner candidate number 3. Hey, Alvord, why don't you just stay out of it? Salt Lake County Councilman Dave Alvord was, I think, rightfully criticized yesterday after questioning why the United States should even care about Russia's ongoing invasion of Ukraine. Here is the tweet that he made.
And deleted.
Which was then later deleted. Dave Alvord tweets, "Are the values, human rights of Russia that much different than that of Ukraine? What would happen to the average Ukrainian if their taxes went to Moscow versus going to Kiev? I think we're just talking about a small section of Ukraine. Help me understand why the U.S. should even care. I listened to a few reports. Putin equals evil. Is that it?"
So that point where he says, what does it matter if their taxes go here or there? So you could just take over a country.
Sure.
Because you're paying taxes anyway. What does it matter who you... Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, and we have it on record that Putin is evil. He kills his opponents instead of running in elections against them.
He uses poison.
Yes.
When reached for comment on Thursday, Mr. Alvord said, he deleted the post, and then he said, "I strongly condemn Russia's invasion of Ukraine. When I posted some questions a few days ago, I was just trying to better understand the situation. As a result, I read many comments which did offer some important views. I stand with President Biden, and I hope all the best for the people of Ukraine and the region. Now that you've called me out, and I guess I'm dumb."
See, he's using the old "I'm just asking questions" excuse. They put stuff out there knowing that people will latch onto it, and then they back off and go, "I'm just asking questions."
But okay, he's just asking questions on Twitter. This is someone who is on the Salt Lake County Council making decisions that affect me and all of us here and lots of people listening. This person is in a position of power.
Yeah,
and he doesn't understand these things.
It's different than Joe Schmo asking
Yes.
questions.
Apparently he said this, too. Listen to this. We need to know exactly what we're defending. We need to know if Ukraine is committed to human rights and freedoms. How is Ukraine curbing corruption? How likely will democracy be enacted there?
All of those questions have been answered. They're trying to get into NATO. They can't get into NATO until the corruption is taken care of, so they're clearing it out.
Number 3. Hey, Albert, why don't you just stay out of it?
Yeah, all right. Let's review the first 2 and vote.
Number 1, you gave my dad the worst fade ever. That's why the guy came back to the barbershop where his dad had a problem with the barber, and he poured gasoline all over the place. Now, fortunately, he didn't light it, but a bit of an overreaction. Number 2, the Drooling Bandit, a salivating burglar busted in New Jersey because they were able to match his drool from his mouth to the drool they found at the crime scene. And boner candidate number 3, hey, Alvord, why don't you just stay out of it?
All right, let's go. This is round 2 of your boner voting. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst. Which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and get that chance to become boner of the day? 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text. Text it to 33986. Pretty easy. Or you can call the producer's booth at 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Go online. You can vote there, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting February 25, 2022, and vote there. This is just round 2. You're sending this candidate forward to Boner Fight to get that chance to become Boner of the Day. 9:20 is when Boner Fight happens. That's when you'll decide Boner of the Day. And then after that, Dave the Flower Guy will come in and tell us who Boner of the Week is. So you have until the end of these messages. This is round 2.
Today's word is barium. Spell it with me now, B-A-R-I-U-M, barium. Now we'll use it in some dialogue starring as those 2 faithful Utah men, LeVar and LeGrand. Join us as a conversation takes place in LeVar's trailer as our 2 friends eat lunch together. The word again is barium.
Hey, what's that funny smell in the trailer here, LeVar? I just about can't stand it.
What?
I mean, your trailer usually smells pretty bad, but this is about the worst. Pass me the tartar sauce and lemon wedges, please.
Here you go. Well, LeGrand, the smell you smell could be emanating from any one of a number of sources. Could be coming from that garbage pail I keep over there by the fridge.
Ew.
Or from that pile of garbage I keep under the trailer. Or, it could be wafting in from that landfill right next door. Then what you could be smelling is my feet, because I ain't changed these socks for about a fortnight. That's 2 weeks, I've been reading the Reader's Digest condensed Shakespeare.
No, it don't smell like none of those things. It smells kind of like a old lily pond or like a fish market or something. It's a wet kind of dead smell.
Wet and dead? Oh, it must be my goldfish. They both passed away a few days ago. See? They're just floating in the jar over there.
Oh, no. When did the poor little things die?
Well, it's been a while. When I saw them floating in the jar there, I thought they was sleeping. I kept giving them food, and they wasn't eating it, so I figured out that they was dead. Poor little Jaws and poor little Flipper. Ain't never gonna swim again.
Oh, no.
Ain't never gonna respond to my call. Ain't never gonna snuggle up to my finger when I reach in to pet him. Ain't never gonna bring me my slippers again. Guess I'll just flush them down the crapper.
No! No, you can't do that!
Well,
them fish brought you your slippers?
Well, they hadn't mastered it yet, but I was training them. And why can't I drop them in the bowl and pull the lever?
Because it would destroy their immortal souls. Going down the sewer is like being cast into outer darkness. They need to receive a proper funeral so they can be reunited forever in heaven.
They was married, wasn't they?
Well, I guess. So now what you're saying is I need to dig a hole and bury them?
Yep. Have a ceremony and bury them.
Well, I tell you, LeGrand, I love these little fishy friends of mine. But I think you're out of your nut. Besides, it's too much trouble to dig a hole and bury them. This watery grave is like being buried at sea. Goodbye, little fishies.
You're a cold man, LeVar. Hey, you gonna eat the rest of your fish sticks?
Round two of your boners.
And that's brought to you in part by a handful of cinnamon bears.
And Tim Daly has new arrivals daily and pre-owned selection of over 1,200 used vehicles to choose from, all makes and models. Think forever warranty, think Tim Daly.
So there, those of you who said that 5-pound bag of cinnamon bears I bought some time ago would never last. I'm still working on it, okay? All right, so we had boner candidate number one, the guy who poured gasoline all over the barbershop. 24 of Dave Alvord's supporters voted for that one. Boner candidate number two, the Drooling Bandit. 8 Dave Alvord supporters voted for that one.
Well, okay.
But the rest of them,
Yep.
Including Zane, I believe, who won the Nassim tickets, 161 votes, boner candidate number 3, Dave Alvord.
All right. There you go. That's your boner winner for round two. It goes forward to Boner Fight, where it will face off against the winner of round one's boner winner. You'll decide Boner of the Day with your vote at 9:20 this morning. That's when Boner Fight will happen. We do have the mayor on the phone.
Jenny Wilson, Salt Lake County Mayor. Good morning, Mayor Wilson.
Good morning. How are you doing?
We're doing well. I won't ask you about Dave Albert, I promise.
I was wondering how I would answer
No,
that.
I'm not going to. I say, if people want to know how Mayor Wilson feels about that, you can read some comments she made in the.
Follow her on Twitter. I saw.
Yes, or in the Tribune.
She's excellent.
I want to ask you about a couple of things of the state of Salt Lake County, though. Now, I don't know if this really is. This just popped into my mind, and I don't know if it's a question you can address or. I was downtown yesterday, and I marveled once again at how much construction is going on in downtown Salt Lake. Now, I don't know if the county has, you must have some involvement in that, or the Salt Palace, certainly.
Yeah.
What the hell is going on, though? I mean, there are, cranes everywhere.
Well, a couple of things. First of all, we have so much growth and demand that Salt Lake City has been a desirable place for people to live. So I think cities have master plans and are intentional in what they're trying to achieve. And I think that when you invest in downtown, City Creek, small businesses, everything that has been part of downtown Salt Lake, one of the objectives is to get walkable downtown communities. It helps the nightlife in downtown. It helps small businesses. It creates a real sense of place, creates more safety. So, there are 23 jurisdictions in my county alone that have independent planning and zoning. And Salt Lake City is the largest of those 23, but I think the one that would probably give you a better read on things on Salt Lake specifically is Mayor Mendenhall. But, yeah, we're very involved with the work that they do.
It's just incredible. And the Salt Palace, that's a county, the county runs that, right?
Yeah, that's us. Arts and culture downtown, Abravanel Hall, Capitol Theater, owned and operated and booked by Salt Lake County. We have a shared arrangement with the Eccles Theater, the new Broadway-style theater on Main Street. We're pretty involved with downtown, and really that's a great partnership, especially when it comes to visitor services, promotion, arts and culture.
How are things with COVID in the county? What's the health update for us?
Well, I would encourage everyone to go to Salt Lake County Health Department's board and just look at how horrible things were and how quickly the decline. So we're in a much, much better situation. I mean, just to throw a couple of stats at you, we had around 25,000 cases about a month ago. And we're now just managing around 4,000 cases in the community. And that's an average over the course of 14 days. But we're also seeing our hospitalizations and ICUs stabilize. So all good news. I was at a forum recently with a lot of national figures who work with health and COVID. And we just don't know what's next. When you've got higher cases in nations around the world, we could see a nasty variant popping out tomorrow, right? And at that point, we'll be in a much better position than we were 2 years ago to regroup. So, I hate to use phrases like the worst is behind us. I'm going to, because I think we're better equipped as a world, as a nation. But a variant could move at any point, and we're going to have to, staff up, organize up. We have a better platform with that right now. We have a great health director. So, feeling better, but still cautious.
Well, I think we'd be doing a lot better if everybody got boosted. A lot of people have not gotten boosted.
Yeah, you're right. And there's individual risk. I mean, I am still wearing masks in crowded places, in conference rooms. I suggest you do too, because I haven't had it. I don't want to get it, right?
Yeah.
So there's individual risk. While there's still virus in the community, we're still at high, if not extremely high, by CDC standards. So while we're in a better position in general health throughout the community, there is still individual risk. And you're spot on. Where vaccines are still available, they're not, like, our rates per day are going down. please get boosted. I know there's been a lot of conversation about risk. There's far more risk still, especially to those unvaccinated. And, we have enough data now to know if you're unvaccinated, you get COVID, the outcomes are far, far worse for you in terms of long-term health and even, sadly, a fatality.
Yeah, the way I I can sort of sense that I feel a little more comfortable, but I'm still cautious, and I think that you still need to be cautious, but, I'm relaxing a little bit too, and it feels good to just kind of say, I haven't got it yet, and maybe I won't because I've been taking those precautions, and
Yeah. And, I'm managing right now two of my children one of my son's on winter break, and he can't, hang out with a buddy because the buddy's sister has it. My other son away at college is in a hotel room because he was exposed very directly, and I don't want his roommates to get it. So, we're all fine. I mean, that's just one little anecdote, but I haven't been in that situation until now. So here we are at what looks to be a really good point, but I personally am dealing with COVID right now, with the effects of it. And that's, so yeah, for some of us, it's cha-ching, got to pay for a hotel room, right? And for some of us, it's far worse, right? So it's still here, it's still an issue, and, we've said it time and time again, you have daily, I have as well. We have lots of opportunities to get vaccinated, and please do.
Yeah. We're out of time. Just in time, we're out of time, so we don't get to ask you about the homeless in Salt Lake County or anything like that.
We're working. We're working hard, and it's countywide. But thanks. Yeah. Next time.
We will next time. Always a
Mayor.
pleasure to talk to you, Mayor Jenny Wilson, Salt Lake County Mayor. Thanks.
All right. Traffic, please.
There's a stalled bus on the connector ramp from eastbound I-215 to go southbound I-15 in Midvale. The right lane and shoulder are blocked, and traffic is backed up to Redwood Road on the 215 West Belt. Chains and four-wheel drive not required in Sardine Canyon, but the road is still snow-covered, and plows have not gone through yet. So if that's part of your commute, be aware that that's going to be a little slick still. Looks like that's it, though. Things seem to be clearing up, at least down here in the valley. If you see something, though, you can text us 33986. Locally owned Young Automotive Group has over 8 different brands across 6 automotive and powersport dealerships. Check out the variety online at youngautimotivegroup.com. Think Young, think Ogden.
All right. Well, we will take a break. We'll be back. We got boner fight on the way to determine boner of the day, and then boner of the week after that. Also a lot more happening in the next hour. Stand by. Let's see, BigOTires.com.
They got big tires and little tires and all kinds of tires at Big O Tires. I'm not sure, but I think you can get a wheelbarrow tire if you need it.
If they don't have it, they can point you in the right direction, I'm sure.
Big O Tires, locally owned and operated, and they offer you the lowest price on every single tire every day.
And that low price continues through this weekend. The President's Day sale goes through February 27th. You can earn a $70 reward card on select sets of Michelin tires, plus an additional $120 in mail-in rebate savings. This is on purchases of $500 or more, and you should use your Big O Tires credit card. Plus, you get free basic installation.
So where do you find a Big O Tire store, huh? Well, I'll bet you. Well, I won't say that. I was going to use an old phrase about how to find something. I'll just say go online. Go to bigotires.com. And remember, they are the team you trust.
Hi, I'm Todd Newcomb. Program.
Ever since
Yes.
Orange 45 was kicked off of Twitter.
Yeah.
Permanently.
Do you miss him?
No. Because here's why. I used to, doom scroll. I used to just go through it and just go, oh my God, what the hell has he done now? Now I get this fun content now. This is why I joined Twitter, was for the fun stuff. That's why I was here originally.
Fun stuff like what?
Like this. You can always count on Geek Twitter to, well, mostly outrage me, but occasionally surprise me with this wonderful little exchange between some geeks here.
a poem.
Okay.
A poem.
And then 2 follow-up poems. Roses are red, violets are blue. You'll never pass the Kobayashi Maru.
I'm sorry.
It's a
I don't know what
Star
that
Trek
is.
reference. It's
It's
a battle maneuver, and
It's a test that they give you at Starfleet Academy that you cannot win. And the purpose of the test is to teach you what it's like to deal with a no-win scenario.
An unwinnable situation.
Unwinnable scenario and so you have to be, as a captain, be able to face death and you know.
And of course, Kirk was the only one to ever successfully.
Of course.
Well, and here's the follow-up. Roses are red. Visit Ontario. I don't believe in the no-win scenario. Then followed up with, roses are red. Some tulips are black. You can bypass it with a Kirkian hack.
I think I'd rather have Trump. I'd rather have
really?
Trump. Yeah.
Really? You know, not me. I will take this over doom scrolling any day.
I haven't been doom scrolling lately, so that's nice.
I miss the anger.
You miss the anger?
Yes.
I'm relieved to be.
Listen, Starfleet Academy's tests are terrible. Starfleet Academy tests are the worst.
Try Trump University.
Trump University tests superiorly.
Simple tests.
All right.
I think one of my favorite Trumpy things was those stories where he could have been a professional baseball player.
Oh yeah, he was the best baseball player they'd ever seen.
I was very good.
The best they said.
Went on and on.
Because that's what I think of when I look at him as professional athlete.
People were hard pressed to even remember that he had played baseball in any organized fashion anywhere. Now they did finally find some people say, "Oh yeah, he was." Yeah, I do remember that, but I was being scouted by the pros.
People are saying, and I'm hearing that this Mr. Spock is no good. That he's low IQ and his test is stupid.
We haven't given we were supposed to give a Tiger Woods update every 9 minutes today, and we haven't done it.
Nobody told me we were supposed to do that.
Well, it's the only news story that's happening right now, Bill.
Because I'm just looking at pictures. They pulled the car out of the woods where he went down a ravine.
Mm-hmm.
It is amazing he survived that.
Yeah, it is. It's just totally crumpled.
And now another Tiger Woods updates. Following the story for you every 9 minutes on the nines, a Tiger Woods update. Tiger Woods is fine. He's just fine.
I mean, not really fine. Not like fine. He's.
I did your Ashley Judd story, and you weren't even here.
I was. My camera's just not.
Are you here now?
Yes,
yeah,
I'm
I can't
right
tell.
here.
Where?
I'm right here.
I can't.
Over here.
I don't. What?
Right here.
No, I don't.
I'm in your head. I'm in your ears.
I don't see you.
You know, I've got an old camera that you can mount on top of your computer. One of those old ones, you know.
Yeah, but then I look like I'm being filmed on an old camera, right?
No.
Just
Gina, go to the web, and what I did, I've got a nice. It's an HD Pro Logitech camera. I think it was $28.
Yeah, it wasn't much at all.
That's what I use. I plug that into my computer, and it's got a long cord, and I can move it around wherever I want.
All right.
It's $28.
Okay. I'll get it.
Wealthy family like you can afford a $28.
Family. What is a wealthy family?
Just get up out of the lap of luxury and get a camera, will you?
Okay. I was trying to save money by using my phone.
Well, it's caused nothing but problems so far.
Yeah, and let's talk to the accountant guy about how you can write it off or something.
I can't because I'm an employee, remember?
Oh, yeah, and that's when Orange 45 changed the rules so that I can't write things off or take mileage.
Exactly.
Always comes back to Donald Trump, doesn't it?
Everything.
Liberals.
Beginning of the show, end of show.
Another Tiger Woods update. Maybe this will distract. Tiger Woods' car is beyond repair.
Yes.
We'll have more for you coming up, as this is the only news story happening in the nation today. Tiger Woods.
I think we need to examine how he got the name Eldrick. That's his name.
Tiger Woods update, people are asking, and it has yet to be answered. How did he get the name Eldrick, and did this contribute to his angry driving? Was he also pounding on the steering wheel saying, Eldrick, Eldrick, why Eldrick? People are saying, and I'm hearing. Tiger Woods update. Because... Why, Gina?
I saw this story this morning about a supermassive black hole that had been a really cool new picture of one that NASA took. It's one of those space pictures that looks fake. You're like, that doesn't really exist.
They all
does
look
it?
fake, I think.
Well, maybe they are fake. I'm just asking questions.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Stanley Kubrick made it happen on a soundstage.
I saw that, and I thought, I wonder if they called it a super massive black hole because of the song.
No, I think the
song
phenomena came before the song.
Phenomena.
I think.
Yeah.
Phenomena.
I was musing yesterday. As only I can muse about something really dumb yesterday, and I can only think of a couple of examples, but there got to be more. So I heard somebody say on the radio, I went to the supermarket, and I thought, well, no, we don't say that. We say grocery store. Mostly, I would think we mostly say here, maybe it's like in the West, mostly we say grocery store, right?
I say supermarket sometimes,
but
mostly grocery store. Then.
And then I thought, well, what are there some other things like Jimmy said to me the other day, I left wine on your stoop. Well, that's my porch.
Yeah,
that's an East Coast, West Coast thing.
And I wondered if there were more things like that. And then I stumbled across this. East Coast butter versus West Coast butter. East Coast butter, a stick of butter is called an Elgin, and one stick of butter is long and thin, And on the west of the Rockies, butter is short and stubby. They call them stubbies. Well, and there's a reason for that. The East Coast butter, they use this certain mold to make the butter sticks, and the long, thin ones. And then we didn't have butter in sticks on the west of the Rockies for a while. But when finally somebody west of the Rockies went, hey, look, they got sticks of butter in the east. We should do that.
Hey, why don't we have those?
They didn't have any of those long, thin molds.
Bowl of butter. That's no fun.
I mean, that's what they used to do. And so they did a short stubby. And I think that's really odd. I mean, it's just kind of an interesting difference. So what other differences or words or things like that are
You know my camel butter dish. You guys know it well. It won't fit a full stick of butter.
A stubby. It won't fit a stubby.
No, even that stubby, I have to cut it in half to fit it in the camel butter dish.
So are Egyptian sticks of butter? Well, no.
This is what I'm wondering. I don't know.
No, because a stick of butter. I mean, the East Coast long. This is such a stupid conversation. The East Coast long thin butter. I know. The East Coast long thin butter and the West stubby butter. They weigh the same. They are the same. They're just different shapes. So.
Well, and then there's the, do you call it pop?
Oh, yeah, there you go. Pop, or do you call it
Pop
soda?
or soda?
Soda. Around here, we just call it a Coke.
Yeah, everything's a Coke.
Whether it's Coke or not.
Yeah, it's a Coke.
But but mostly I think we would say soda, if we were going to say. My grandfather said sody pop. So.
Yeah, my dad said soda pop. The complete both words.
Yeah.
Yeah, but one of them soda pops.
I think mostly in the East they say pop. Get a bottle of pop.
Because Dad would go to what's the guy's name? Sinclair, just right across from our farmland. There was a Sinclair station. This is
Walt.
Guy ran by himself.
How about Walt?
Can't remember his name. We'll call him Walt, sure. And he'd just sit and hang out with Walt and talk with him, and that was the chance for Carrie to get a soda pop because he had a pop machine in there.
Did you get your grape knee-high?
Nope, I always got me Mountain Dew.
Oh.
Because it burned.
Knee-high, yeah. Yeah, that's that. Was that only a Utah brand?
No.
Knee-high?
No, knee-high was all over the place. Oh, yeah. Sofa versus couch.
Yep, there you go.
Dinner versus supper.
Yeah, mostly we say dinner.
Yeah, we're a supper family.
Yeah. But I think most people around here say dinner, but I think supper sounds kind of nicer.
But the big question, hoagie, grinder, sub,
yeah,
or po' boy?
Yeah, po' boy is the South.
Isn't a po' boy a specific kind of?
No, I don't think so.
I
think it
I would
be
think
any...
a po' boy would be Louisiana.
Yeah.
And
I think that is a specific. I think you're right.
What do you mean?
Like the thing you would have on a sub sandwich is not the same thing as
It's
po'
not
boy.
the same as what you'd have with a po' boy.
Let's see, po' boy, a traditional sandwich from Louisiana. It almost always consists of meat, roast beef, shrimp, or so it can be like a submarine sandwich.
I think here we call them hoagies, though, don't we? I don't think we use grinder.
No. Although
there is a restaurant called Grinders.
There was a submarine sandwich shop around called Grinders. But we don't call them that. That's why I don't think they did very well, because people say, well, that's where, is it a shop where I take my, saw blades to be sharpened?
I think they're still there.
Of course, everywhere else it's milk, and here it's milk. So it's the other difference there.
Moo juice.
In Minnesota, they call a sofa a Davenport.
Yeah,
sounds fancy.
Davenport. Yeah. I'm going to start saying supper more. I like that. Supper.
You're going to go to the supermarket and buy stuff for supper?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Maybe I'll buy enough stuff so that I can sit on my Davenport and have a grinder.
Yes.
That'll be my supper.
All right, we will take a break. We will be back. We do have Boner Fight on the way. Stand by for that. That determines the boner of the day. And then after that, it's Boner of the Week. Dave, the flower guy, will just step in here and tell us who Boner of the Week is. All right? Wendy's for breakfast at participating U.S. Wendy's. The Hot Honey Chicken Biscuit is available only during breakfast hours, and we're coming close to the end of breakfast hours here in a bit, so you may want to head on out to Wendy's so that you can get the breakfast edition of the Hot Honey Chicken. Because, you know, it's a sandwich the rest of the day. You could have it for lunch and supper as a sandwich, but during the breakfast hours, they serve it to you on one of those warm Wendy's buttermilk biscuits. So it's a breakfast sandwich there for you. The Hot Honey Chicken Sandwich, what it is it's the hot honey sauce that they, this is a new thing that they've just concocted, and then they drizzle that over a spicy chicken fillet. And there are 3 different ways you can get that served. Then you get applewood smoked bacon on top of that, and then some pepper jack. It's melted on top of there for you. And then the best part, the stack of tangy, crunchy dill chips. So you get the texture, you get the flavors. It's a lot happening, and it's just a wonderful thing that happens in your mouth. So stop by, get the Hot Honey Chicken Biscuit available during breakfast hours, Wendy's.
Spear. Spear. Spell it with me now. S-P-E-A-R. And now we'll use it in some dialogue. Today, our Utah friends, LeVar and LeGrand, have decided to get out of the heat by taking in a movie in the cool, air-conditioned comfort of a local movie theater. Again, the word is spear.
We got a few minutes before the movie starts, LeVar. I think I'm gonna get me some snacks at the snack bar.
What the heck movie have you drugged me to anyhow, LeGrand? There's a bunch of kids here in this theater.
You know, it's the Lion King.
The Lion King? Well, who plays the king, and what the hell's he got to lie about? All these kids should not be seeing a movie about liars.
Oh, no, the Lion King. Like the animal.
Huh?
You know, L-I-E-O-N. Lion. Big cats, lion.
Oh.
It's a cartoon that Walt Disney drew.
You drugged me to a flippin' cartoon movie? I knew there's too many kiddies in here. Got down, sat on a bench, LeGrand. I may be having to vomit partway through.
The Lion King is supposed to be real good, even for the grown-ups, LeVar. And they say the music is real fine. It was wrote by that Elton John.
Who? Well, who the hell is the Elton John?
Well, he's a singer and a writer who's got lots of hit music. He's one of them men what likes other men, but he's still a very good musician.
Cheese and rice, LeGrand. You mean there's men that's attracted to other men?
Yeah.
That's square.
Well, I didn't know about it myself until I read it in the newspaper and in Newsweek.
Oh.
Anyhow, I'm going to the snack bar. I can't get through a movie without some popcorn and a drink and some nachos and some Junior Mints and a box of Goobers and some malted milk balls and a pack of red vines. You want anything?
Nope. I got my refreshment right here, LeGrand. I sneaked in this can of Vienna sausages and one of them Army surplus MREs, and this.
What's that, canteen of water?
Nope, ain't water. Nope. Spear.
Spear?
Yep, spear.
Spear? God almighty, LeVar! You better hope the usher don't catch you.
Oh, yeah, like Mr. 16-year-old pimple monster's gonna be a real threat. And I'm telling you, LeGrand, if I don't catch me a beer buzz, I'll never make it through this cartoon. Hey, is Mickey Mouse in this?
Well, we have Boner Fight coming up here in about 7 or so minutes. So, do you have something to...
you were talking about Mountain Dew.
Yes.
Alcoholic Mountain Dew. How about that?
Okay, Gina?
I have a couple of things.
Mm-hmm.
For a random Boner Fight voter, I have Pucifer tickets. Pucifer Live, the Existential Reckoning Tour at the Eccles Theater on July 7th. So someone will get some of those.
Mm-hmm.
And whatever Bill is going to do right now is brought to you by a locally owned Young Automotive Group. They have over 8 different brands across 6 automotive and powersport dealerships. Check out the variety online at youngautomotivegroup.com. Think young, think Ogden.
I told you what I was going to do.
Well, I just
was going to talk about alcoholic Mountain Dew. Now, this is sure you can put your own booze in Mountain Dew, but beginning February yesterday, 24th was yesterday, right? This Mountain Dew will be sold in 4 flavors. Now it's right now in Florida, Tennessee, and Iowa, but they plan to expand into more states. They are using the original Mountain Dew, Baja Blast, Black Cherry, and Watermelon. You can get drinks in single-serve 24-ounce cans or 12-pack with 12-ounce cans. And I'm trying to see what the alcoholic content is, but it doesn't. It's put out by the Boston Beer Company and PepsiCo. So there it is, 5%. So it's like a beer, except it's a Mountain Dew.
Don't matter. We can't get it here.
Well, they're going to expand it too. But I think if you're going to have Mountain Dew with alcohol in it, get yourself like one of those big plastic, what are they, liter bottles, giant one of Mountain Dew, and get a bottle of cheap vodka, and then you're set.
Yeah.
You're fixed there. So.
No, I'll bet we don't get it here anyway, even if it was available nationwide, because our DABC doesn't, look at the problem they're having with seltzers.
Yeah, it would be like that.
Speaking of the DABC, I had a story about them here. This business, about a business very frustrated about their license. Let's see, here it is. One bar owner left Tuesday's DABC meeting very happy with a full liquor license. 15 others did not. So there were 16 different businesses looking to get a liquor license. Only one did.
The state's pro-business. We're all about the small business owner and the pro-business.
The Pearl at 919 South, 200 West was awarded the one bar license that was available at the meeting. And because of the cap set by the Utah legislature on how many licenses are issued, there will not be another one available until May. So there are like 12, 13 businesses who really need to get a liquor license and can't.
What is the reasoning the legislature, this is a serious question. What is the reasoning they give for not just giving a liquor license to whomever can meet the requirements to get one?
I don't know why you think that. Why? I don't know why you're asking that question at all. What do you mean, a serious question? It's pretty clear to me.
You know why.
Why?
We all know why.
They're trying to curb the amount of alcohol that is served. They don't want. They want to limit the number of places where people can go get a snootful.
But it's the same people that will get a snootful. It's not like there's some guy that's saying, I don't drink alcohol, but if a bar opens around the corner from my house, I'll start to drink alcohol. It's the same people.
It does, but you're making it too easy for the guy to walk out of his house and go get a snootful at a neighborhood bar. That's too easy. It's making it, he might think twice about it if he has to get in the car, go to the liquor store, get in the car, go to someplace far away.
But if he can walk to a place, he's not driving.
Exactly.
Of course, you guys are doing all this logical bull crap, and it just has nothing to do with the reason.
We all know it has to do with evil. That's what it is. It's evil.
That's exactly right.
Just say it. It's because the legislature thinks it's evil. They don't drink. They see movies. All they know is that one shot makes you an alcoholic and causes you to fight people. That's all they know.
I just want every one of you who don't think that that's true, get a movie called, I can't think of the name of it now. Ray Milland. Lost Weekend. Lost Weekend with Ray Milland. That'll convince you that there should limit the number of bar licenses. Ukraine's president has admitted, that's Zelensky, he says, I'm target number one for Russian assassins in Kiev. And his wife and children are number two, he says. But he insists that he remains in the capital despite being the top of Putin's kill list, with the city under siege, declaring, I'm staying with my people. Volodymyr Zelensky, who is 44 years old, is being hunted by Putin's attack dog army of special forces, with a list of Ukrainian officials to capture or kill, having been given the same task in Crimea, Syria, Chechnya in recent years. His wife, Olena, they have two children, 17 and 9 years old. They're in hiding. But Zelensky says, my family is the number two goal. I'm number one. Isn't that wonderful? But let's move on to happier things, shall we?
Please.
This show gets too political, I know. It's a nightmare no parent wants to endure. Families all over the country are in a race against the clock to find critical source of food they desperately need to keep their children fed. Baby formula. For months, stores nationwide have struggled to stock enough baby formula. Manufacturers say that they're producing at full capacity and are making more formula than ever before, but it's not enough to meet current demand. And then came last week's gut punch that made matters worse. The U.S. Food and Drug Administration recalled 3 brands of powdered baby formula due to potential bacterial infections, including salmonella. They advised parents not to buy or use certain batches of Similac, Alimentum, and Elecare powdered formula.
I thought you were pivoting to a happy story, and no, you just pivoted to another negative story.
Okay, I'll pivot to a really happy story.
Let me help you with that pivot just real quickly here. We were talking about the shop called Grinders here in town.
Yeah.
They changed their name. They're not Grinders anymore. They are Gaetano's sub shop.
Yeah, because a Gaetano is a Subway kind of sandwich. I don't know. Yeah, I think you call your shop Grinders here. People are thinking it's a place where you get your lawnmower blade sharpened. After suffering a gunshot wound to the head.
This is the happy story you're pivoting to. All right.
Yeah. An Ohio man took matters into his own hands. According to a local news source, the incident occurred Sunday near the intersection of You Don't Care. The man said that he had just parked his mother's car, which it notes here is a Chevy Trailblazer for some reason. And he parked the car in the driveway when 2 people with masks on drove by, and one of the people inside the passing vehicle opened fire, and one of the bullets hit the victim in the head. Now the victim said he didn't kill him. He was conscious. He called an ambulance, but the ambulance had still not arrived several minutes later. So he decided he would take matters into his own hands. He's got a bullet in his head.
Jeez.
He got in his car and drove to his mother's house. And his mother said, well, you need to go to the emergency room.
Well, yeah.
And she went with him as he drove to the emergency room.
Why did he drive?
Well, I was trying to figure that too, and my only guess is that she doesn't drive.
Oh, I don't drive.
But I'll go with you, honey. You've got a bullet in your head. He survived.
It's Boner Fight, the final round.
2 local politicians on the chopping block here. I don't know how you'll decide. Boner candidate number 1. Oh, come on, Todd. Really? Todd Weiler, Utah Senator from bountiful North Salt Lake area, holding, saying, so this is liberal logic. everything during the Trump administration bad. Now everything during the Biden administration good. Really? Well, yeah. It's now you're trying to be sarcastic, Todd, but really it was Donald Trump who did a lot of things that hastened the invasion of Ukraine. All right? That was a tweet, and going up against Dave Alvord's tweet. He's a Salt Lake County councilman, and he tweeted stuff about Ukraine and Putin and Russia again, saying, he said things that he now has retracted. He said, does Putin equal evil? Is that why we're concerned? Why should we care about what's going on there? He tweeted. That's number 2.
You've got to decide between these two candidates. Which one is the worst? Which one deserves to be boner of the day? 1 or 2? 1 or 2. Just put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Easy way to do it. Or you can call the producer's booth at 877-602-9696. And you can also go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Fight, February 25, 2022, and vote there. You probably won't see that box right away. Refresh your internet browser. It'll appear, and you can vote there. Easy to do. Vote for Boner of the Day. You have until the end of these messages. Let's go. Boom.
Then I went upstairs to work and get up there about 3:30, and I just kept thinking all morning. I have no thoughts. There is nothing going through my mind. My noggin is empty.
You're not angry about anything?
No, but I'm sure you'll change that at some point here pretty quickly.
You should be grateful for that.
I am. You people don't know how grateful I am that if all else fails, Gina can get me going. Just
happy to help.
Yeah, and not in a.
I thought you'd be all upset about Prince Philip. I thought that would get you going today.
Who gives a rat's ass about Prince Philip? Not me.
I don't know, man. There was a press release.
It's about. Listen, I think if he needs to step back, that's fine.
I thought
seems a little early at 95.
It would give you a chance to talk about how he farts all the time.
I don't know.
He has more time to fart now that he's stepping back from something like that.
He can't step back because he farts so much. Yeah, I don't care. I don't care about that. There's very little in the news right now that I care about.
Healthcare? You don't care about that?
I'm the opposite. I care about a lot of it, but I don't want to talk about it because it's just going to make me mad.
See, and I think what it is...
If you were a woman, you'd be upset about healthcare.
I think what it is that I've become pretty numb.
Steve Hatch Family Chocolates. I saw him post on Facebook yesterday, and it's a picture of him standing there going, "Guess what? I'm a walking pre-existing condition."
Exactly. He has dwarfism.
He said I obviously made poor choices in utero.
Yeah.
that made.
Yeah. I mean, but they don't give a good God.
There you go. There's
about
the mad. There's the mad.
They don't care.
There it is.
That smug.
There it
Son
is.
of a bitch, Paul Ryan.
There it is.
With his big ears sticking out. I'm going to the gym. I wear my hat backwards.
Oh, he gets to keep Obamacare, by the way.
Yeah,
sure.
They want it.
They
want it. They got a special dispensation in there. They get it.
Y'all
don't.
I don't think insurance should cover the pre-existing condition of meanness.
Okay, let's award Boner of the Day.
Okay, and it's brought to you in part by Carnitas.
And save on skiing at Snow Basin Resort with discounts up to $20 on lift tickets when you buy online. Visit snowbasin.com.
They both got a lot of votes, but one was favored very highly over the other.
Oh?
Yeah. I mean,
I think I know.
Let's see, 6, not quite double the votes, but close to double the votes. Which one do you think won?
Well, I'm guessing Dave Alvord.
You're correct.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There was quite an outrage on Twitter yesterday about that.
Yeah.
Well, and he has a tendency to do this, is the other thing.
Wasn't there something last week, too?
Yeah.
Well, people dug up a bunch of...
deleted?
He's always deleting Facebook posts and tweets about things that he says that he means, and then he says, I'm just asking questions. He's got a whole list of them, and I'm trying to remember the website. You can go there, and all of the deleted stuff they've archived and they've put there. I'm trying to remember the website. I'm sure someone in the chat room will know which website it is. A little light reading, and you can see where the future that liberals want is all of us the same color, and things
I
like
remember that one.
Remember that one?
Well, that's true.
It's why local elections matter. Oh, it's just the city council. It's just the county council. Yep.
That's why local elections matter. You're absolutely right, Gina. If you don't think that the white race should be dominant like I do, then
I tried to do my part. I tried to have brown children, and they came out white anyway.
You're the problem. You're not the solution. You're the problem.
My whiteness overpowered.
Whereas everyone in my family is very white. Thank you very much.
Not in our family.
No, that's true. But my family is white. Jeez, it boggles the mind sometimes.
Yes.
I remember when I became aware of the fact that there were differences in skin color and different cultures and things like that. It was just when I was a really little kid, and you see a person of color for the first time. I just been around white people all my life because I was a little Utah
Thanks,
kid.
Utah.
A little Utah kid, and then and I was really young when this occurred because we were living in Washington while my dad was finishing up his ROTC stuff, and so we lived on an Air Force base, where there were a lot of people, different kind of people, and the family that lived next door was African American, and there was a little girl named Natalie. I still remember, and I would go over and play with Natalie. We would play in the sandbox and all that kind of stuff. But I remember asking my mom, I said, how come? She's different. She looks different. Why is that?
Isn't that crazy that you had to move out of state to have that experience? That's
yeah.
weird.
I mean, I grew up in Ogden, and I mean there was a black community, and still is in Ogden, but not very big. But I wasn't. My family, and I mean when I was really little, when I went to high school and junior high, there were African American kids. But when I was really little, we didn't live in a neighborhood where there were any African American people or Hispanic people. We lived in a white neighborhood. For what it's. But then going to Washington and making friends with this little kid named Natalie, and I thought it was great. I mean, I just thought I was so fascinated, by the fact that, man, there are people. Wow, that's interesting. Well, I just still remember the wonder of it.
Yeah.
It was just amazing.
And what if your parents' reaction to that was, "Oh, I don't want you playing with her"?
Yeah,
I mean, that happens.
My mom was like, well, and she's explained people and I think she even tried to explain slavery to me a little bit, which I didn't grasp very well.
It was a little much all at once, but
yeah. But,
See, and I always was interested in people that were different because I was a Star Trek kid. You know, to me that was like a different world. Now, you know, this was something new to be excited and learn about. I was the only kid in town. It wasn't about race. I was the only kid in town that was allowed to play with Rhett Neal because he was a Baptist. But my mom said it was okay,
race, isn't it?
because she knew I didn't have many friends, and she's like, "You get along with Rhett. You go play with him."
You know, that's a great effect that Star Trek did have on a whole generation of people.
Yeah.
You know, or in some cases a bad effect, but no. People who watched Star Trek, they watched it and they watched it because they were fascinated.
Unfortunately, now the Star Trek fans that are my age have gotten older and more conservative, and now they don't like this new Star Trek because it's too woke. And I'm like, do you remember what Star Trek was about?
It's always been woke.
You idiots. It's always been about, you know, people that are different and embracing them.
Kissed a green person.
Absolutely. And now we've got a black female captain of a starship, and and she's my favorite one so far. I just love her. Anyway, I don't know. But, yeah.
Doesn't make a lot of sense sometimes.
It don't. Let's take a break, and we'll get Boner of the Week and crawl towards the exits after these. Stand by. And now a message from the state of Utah COVID Task Force.
The news today that boosters greatly increase your chance of not getting severely ill with COVID. But most people in Utah haven't got, I think only 27% of Utahns have gotten their booster. Get your booster.
Doesn't make any sense to me either. I mean, if you've got the vaccinations, the one or the two shot vaccine, why not get the third?
And it's easy. Well, it's easy because there's a Walgreens on every corner, and you can just go right in there. The pharmacy, any pharmacy, they're free. Don't forget to get your booster.
Yeah, do that because it will. And if you think you've been exposed to COVID or you get it, isolate yourself. Or if you think you've been exposed to it, go find a test. Get a test and find out. And then if you have the symptoms or if you have the bug, isolate yourself for a few days.
You can find out where to get boosters and where to get tested all at coronavirus.utah.gov.
Well, I have a story for Gina to begin the news.
I'm ready.
Well, and I know this is a story that Gina will really like and be interested in because she sent it to me. A man who murdered his niece, a niece who was also his lover, by smashing her. What does that mean?
It's a detail.
Yes, it is.
There's more.
But wait, there's more.
And it gets even better, doesn't it, Gina?
Yeah.
He killed her by smashing her over the head with a TV. He's been put in jail.
It's Uncle Lover.
Christopher Wall is his name. Was convicted of battering Haley Wall, who was his niece as well as his lover. He was been ordered to serve a minimum of 14 years behind bars.
Only 14 years?
A minimum.
You kill your niece who you're having an affair with a TV, and that's not automatic forever?
Well, Gina, I don't know where this is exactly. You should know. What town is this
I believe it's in the UK.
Well, then, you know how liberal they are in the UK. Christopher Wall, it says here he's facing a lifetime behind bars. So it's a minimum of 14. It's 14 to life, I would guess. My guess is they won't let him out for a long, long time. She was found with a bloody head outside a supermarket in Bournemouth after being battered by Mr. Wall. Before she slipped out of consciousness, she was able to tell emergency crews her name and address and that her partner had beaten her. When police visited the home, they found signs of a disturbance on the second floor, including a door on the landing that was knocked off its frame and two long dark hairs embedded in a crack hallway up the door with a number of blood spots. Embedded in a crack halfway up the door, I should say. Officers also found a large flat-screen TV at the bottom of the stairs, and there was blood all over the flat-screen TV, and he finally said, yeah, I beat her with the... We were watching the Great British Bake Off, and she pissed me off. So, yeah, there you go. Murdered his niece, who was also his lover.
Niece lover.
All right. It is 9:50. Let's get Boner of the Week taken care of.
All right. That's Dave the Flower Guy. This is his spotlight. Every week. You're in the spotlight, Dave. Are you ready?
Yep, I'm ready.
All right. We're going to give it to you, and you tell us who the Boner of the Week is. Dave is the man you see around town with flowers, and he sells flowers. That's why we've creatively named him Dave the Flower Guy. You'll have flowers today, David?
Yep.
Okay. Here we go. You've listened to every Boner candidate this week. It was a short week. We only had 4. From Tuesday, the Boner candidate was, "It wasn't me, it was the kid." That was the winner. 4-year-old child shot at police officers here in Midvale, actually, because his dad told him to. Shoot the police. is essentially what they did. The dad did. That's number one. Number two from Wednesday. I was just making a documentary. It's a man in St. George arrested for filming other men in a public restroom with his cell phone. Boner candidate number three from Thursday. American Patriots. Conservative radio host Charlie Kirk. Conservative TV host Tucker Carlson. Others echoing Donald Trump's talking points regarding Russia and Ukraine, and they essentially are saying about the invasion of Ukraine, who cares? Who really cares? And then boner candidate number four from today, hey, Alfred, why don't you just stay out of it? Dave, what do you think?
Number one.
Yeah, it had to be number one. The kid, the 4-year-old kid.
Yeah.
His dad.
No contest.
Yeah, no contest at all.
There you go. All right, there's your boner of the week. And now that boner of the week is qualified for boner of the month, which we'll start the voting, on Monday? You want to do that, Katie? Oh, this weekend. You want to do it this weekend?
Yeah, tell us.
I will get a poll pulled up on Facebook and on Twitter today. I will let everybody vote throughout the weekend. On Monday, we'll come back and I'll have the results.
We'll have the results.
All
okay,
right.
There you go.
Thanks, David.
Okay.
Here's a text, Dave. Can you tell Dave that hearing his voice every Friday makes my day? This is from a texter.
Oh, there you go.
And I agree, Dave, because it also means the week is over when we hear Dave. Thank you, Dave.
Okay. Got bad news.
Huh? What?
I'm sorry, but President Biden has nominated Ketanji Onyeka Brown to be a Supreme Court justice, and everything looked pretty good about that. And then I discovered this.
What?
She, when she was in college, she took improv comedy classes and drama classes.
Oh, no.
I'm sorry. That They will find that, and then they'll disqualify her.
Well, I don't know how I can support a
improv
Supreme Court justice that took improv classes. I mean, what if Mr. Putin comes to her and says, "Can I invade the United States?" Her answer will be yes, and okay, that was a ways to go for that, Joe. But you went along with me.
I guess she was jurist in residence at the University of Utah for a time, so she has a Utah connection.
Awesome.
I wonder what that means, jurist in residence.
Well, we need someone smart to answer it.
Let's lay odds right now. Let's put bets out. How likely is she to cry during her nomination?
I would say there's 0% chance of her doing that.
Come on, the last person cried. Or before Kavanaugh, he cried.
I think her first statement should be, listen, I just want to let everybody know in this room, I like beer as well. All right, go ahead. Let's move on.
All right.
And speaking of, we're talking to David. That reminds me, Punk. His funeral is tomorrow. And don't forget that we still have our GoFundMe. On all of our social medias to help pay for not just his funeral but his massive medical bills.
His mom is kind of getting stuck with. He's been sick for a long time, and that adds up.
He's been in and out of hospitals for years, and it really does add up. She's gotten some assistance, but every little helps. So if you can, go to our social medias and look for Punk's GoFundMe. And donate if you can.
Is it Dave Olson, or does it say Punk?
I think it says Punk, but David L. Olson. If you want to find his obituary and where the funeral is. And
it technically has both in the description because I say Punk, but with his obituary it says David Olson.
Yeah. So, if you can help out, that would be great. Anything else before we go? I think we got everything.
Yeah, I think so.
We got all prizes given away, everything?
Yeah. I want to have a
we've
grinder,
had a lot of.
Though. Now I want to have a grinder.
You want a grinder? A po' boy? How about a po' boy? Have that?
No. I want maybe a sub.
What's a veranda?
That's a porch of sorts.
Or a balcony. Actually, it's a balcony.
Yeah. And don't get it confused with an esplanade.
Oh, what's an esplanade?
Oh, it's kind of a boardwalk walkway.
Oh, okay.
What about a lanai?
Oh,
Do we have lanais?
That's like a lanai is like a little. There's another name for it. A cupola, a little cupola.
Okay, so based on your description, then my grills are out on the veranda.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be right. Let's retire to the veranda. We'll sit in our Davenport and have some grilled food.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
We apologize for the political nature of the previous
This show is so political, isn't it? All right. I think we're good. Fine job as always, Katie. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
I'm Shrimp Nibbler.
Corey is next.